We will be starting soon. I appreciate y'all. Folded hands, medium dark skin tone.
Evans trying to create hard drive, bend on, double clutch, and he lays it in. How about that? He gets a piece of that lane. He's been doing that of late. That's a 58. They shot 55% from the field. Got to take his left away. He's going to drive all the time, Mitchell. And he gets the floater to go. And that's his game against Mitchell. Caden Boozer has played well starting in the absence of Caleb Foster. Bullet feed. Cameron Boozer goes to the left hand for two. Nice little flex cut there. He can't help for defense. St. John. Edge of four. Extra feed. Mitchell. How about that extra look? Right now, Duke is riding a 13-game winning streak. That's the longest active streak in the nation. They save it in transition. Evans, the pull-up three, off the rim, flying in, Brown. And he cleans it up on the interior. One of them in the early, really, nobody identified the second half. Mismatch right here. See if they dig. They're going to come on the pass. Brother to brother. And Boozer got that. Case Boozer from deep. Hopkins trying to get involved here. Hasn't been able to do that mid-range game. The length of the perimeter, Duke giving them trouble. And a good sign. Darling, chance a triple. He's really been struggling from downtown. Great sign for St. John's. But St. John's unable to get into the paint. Every over here, this is what they're best at. And a steal and bucket. St. John's with the pressure. Hopkins a little more busy on his screening and popping. Jackson, he's gone against Duke before. He'll Carolina, and he trains a triple. Got that nice little movement, get himself free. He can run rim to rim. A little dribble handoff. You go under, you pay. Generally, that would be the scattering part. And then you at your four on a handoff for Jackson. Bronx, New York native. Prey is going to take it. And make it for three. You called it. Prey can knock down threes. His 12th mate. Foul is called on Hopkins. Half-court set here for Duke. Just past the midway point of this first half. A back in. Evans has got a bunch of moves, and he flips it in. And he got the size, too, to take advantage. 6 points for Isaiah Evans. 3-point game. Hopkins, a three. And he can get that going. Compliment his middle game. His 6 3-pointers. Drive up. It's zooming. There you go. Boozer, 2 defenders, missed it. The follow goes for Brown. The acceleration by Starr. Evans will drive it and slip it down. Isaiah Evans, a shooter last. You can see first days at Surges, but how about this? A drive attack. So Caden Boozer will accelerate on Hopkins, take it all the way, but misses the layup. Taken away by Brown. Boozer extra feet. From Dalvin Sarr. And that's all Evans. St. John's, look at the active hands, Malik Brown. I like zooming inside with this lineup. St. John's has made one of their last 7 shots, and Mitchell changes back. He rattles home a tray. How about that? Trying to corral this. He's done a great job. J.K. Evans, fly-by, jumper, got it. Ooh, the pump, the bite, the drill. Drive, Mitchell. You got bumped by Boozer. Hook into the post. Edge of 4. Got the hooks of interest. The discard. Brown goes down and edge of 4 takes advantage. How do you get inside with edge of 4 too? Handoff. Static. Look at the help and show and recover in the back. Darling fires. Bucket for 3. How about this? Can he have expected? We talked about it as we approach 2 minutes to go in his first half. 2 defenders on Darling. Give it up. Edge of 4 lines it up. He gets a 3. The pick and pop. Does like to drive, Darling. Jasper has the mismatch. Got to get in the post there against Caden Boozer. Give it up. Frey's confident. He's from the rebounds. And that's his second tray from downtown. And Raph, sometimes you just have to pray. Jackson high screen Frey. Pick and pop. Ray. It's gone. Yes. This. I like this right here. Back in. Boozer over. Tough angle. It turned away from the double team there, Rap. How's Hopkins? Gotta go. Got clock at 10. Hopkins drives. Hopkins can't finish. Tipping edge of 4. No. Cleans it. Edge of 4. It won't go. It got knocked around. An edge of 4. He serves hard on the small of his back. Boozer drives and kicks. Evans lines it up. Money on a great job. Mitchell looks inside. Instead goes outside. The rainbow 3 doesn't go for Sellers. Offensive board. It's Boozer. He just negated edge of 4. It happened against North Carolina, Tracy, in the regular season finale. Baseline delivery. Count it. It's Sellers. Straight step. Little curl off the bump. Boozer way outside. Denial. Steal by edge of 4. Edge of 4. Baseball. Takes it in. The push. Not a good pass. Not a good angle. And it's controlled by Hopkins of St. John's. Running the floor. Mitchell can fly. That's where he thrives right there, right? Dylan Mitchell in transition. And Dolan takes it away. Nice pass. With the hammer kick on things in this second half. Edge of 4. Going straight to the hole. They've got the lead. So now Duke trails St. John's by 4. A near turnover, and now it is turned over. It's Mitchell. Floated up. The acrobatic finish, and the adjustment by edge of 4. The dribble whatsoever.
Well, just too careless with the ball. But St. John's, they pressure every dribble, every pass, every shot.
Now they get edge of 4 gone. He can drive. Nice little switch. Another one. Why did Patino 85? He's the local point guard in there. Grant, he can turn, make a play. Jackson stutter step. Got it.
He can play. Not only the shooter.
They got to reload it. I don't think it hit the rim. The rim misses from 3. Taps it over to Foster, and the layup goes.
That probably should have been a shot clock violation right there. The ball did not hit the rim.
Hard drive, Foster. Yeah, that was tricky. And Gumbo with the nice whistle. Here's Darling, off the penetration. Hanging floater for 2. Now, anytime you get into crack, look at this kid hustle well. Foster. Metal to the metal. He pulls it up. And he gets the roll. A little more aggressive, though, getting in the lane.
But that's the spot where he needs to be to attack that zone.
I would rather somebody else there, though. Playmaker.
But Hopkins there.
Hard drive. Boozer backs it in. Here comes Duke. Really not attacking. Darling with a menu there defensively. Now they're down to 8 to shoot. Edge of 4 on a kick. Sellers lines it up. He hits a play. What a nice find by Edgefer. Attacking. Boozer. Spin. Boozer punt. Missed it. Boozer grabs it. And Boozer gets it to go on the interior. High screen Boozer. Double screen Harris. Boozer rolls. Love it. Gumbo the catch. Edgefor recovers. That's inside. There's that pass. He's good. Hopkins shot up down to 4. Hopkins makes his move on a spin. The back end. The fade. It's good. That's his game, really. Cameron Boozer trying to force it again. Off the double. Swing it. Evans. Shot clock at 6. Evans. Got up. He had been out rested a little bit. Chance to tie or take the lead depending on shot selection. Under 8 minutes to go. Pick and pop. Evans to the lead. Pick up. Goodness. Hopkins. And the Blue Devils go up by 1. The 6th lead change of the night. The answer? Hopkins drains the rainbow delivery. About that.
Duke likes this inverted screen and roll here.
Again. Evans ball fake. They'll drive it. Stumble.
He is mixing his game up beautifully.
10 to shoot. He's got to go. Boozer one-on-one with Hopkins. Boozer, tough spot. He finishes with a floater. Boozer one-on-one with Hopkins. Evans gets a touch with 10. Step back kick. He carries it. Great play for Farman. 2.5 to go. Duke up by 4. Foster, hard drive on edge of 4. And edge of 4 rejects it on the inside, out of bounds. Losers. Long strides. Foster. Ball fake. Jumper. Yes. Welcome back. Pump fake. Big trip right here. Mitchell. Give it up. Hopkins. Edge it for. They need it. Yes, sir. That's what he's done all year long, though. What's going on right here? They vacate the area. Foster gets to the rim for a big bucket. Sellers looking for an opening. Needs help. Excellent D. Under a minute to go. Hopkins makes his move. Reverses it home. St. John's triggers in. And that's it. Hopkins. Duke is still elite. For the third straight season, the Blue Devils advance to the regional finals.
No. I don't know why, but I feel like Duke, or not Duke, Cameron Boozer is not going to be good in the NBA.
Hello, it's your favorite sports thunk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hello, it's your favorite sports thunk. Really close. You're talking about a player that can. Pat Bell said James Harden is a better player than Dwayne Wade, and it's not really close. You're talking about a player that can score, a player that can get to the free throw line, a player that can pass out of the pick and roll. A lot of people are going under D Wade on pick and roll, and I ain't gonna front. You feel me? A lot of people are letting D Wade have that. Whoa! Dude, you played against both of them. You know what D Wade is. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He won gold medal. He was a Finals MVP. He was All NBA selection, a multiple-time All-Star. Pat Bell played with James Harden, and he played against D Wade. He says James Harden is not only a better player, but a better player.
Hey, Joe, before you go, Joe? You know?
Yeah.
When you have a conversation like this, right? And somebody like
Yeah.
myself and say something like this, who is a defender, right? Sure,
Yeah.
been able to have the chance to play against both of them.
Yeah.
When you measure it by metrics and comparison, don't you take out the accolades and the resume in general and just talk about skill, not what they've won as a team accomplishment? I'm just curious.
It just depends, though. It just depends. It depends. It's hard, Ocho, because what we're doing is that when we say one is up and the better, we got to nitpick. Yeah, we gotta take things down. Okay, one guy's been this many time All-Star. This guy's been that many time All-Star. Yeah. This guy's been this many time All NBA selection. This guy's been that many time All NBA selection. This guy was a Finals MVP. This guy was a regular season MVP. This guy led the league in scoring this many times. This guy was an All Defensive player. So, because you nitpicking. Now, here's the interesting thing. They're debating about who's the third best two guard in NBA history. Because 1 and 2 is already solidified. It's Jordan and Kobe. The 1-2 spot is already solidified. We're talking about the third best shooting guard in NBA history, Ocho. That's the funny thing. It's not like we're talking about, well, who's the best, who's this, who's that. Those two positions are already locked. And I'm not so sure that somebody's coming along in the very near future that's going to unseat them. Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to unseat Kobe. Let's just go ahead and be honest. I don't think anybody's going to unseat Jordan and Kobe in the two guards, Joe. You think somebody's coming along, Joe?
I don't know. We got so many guys who surprise you. You never know. It's got to be somebody who's going to come along and break some of these records. I mean, even if you break the record, because the records don't matter when it comes to Jordan and Kobe, because of how they did it. Everybody remember the big shot. Everybody remember the killer instinct, and they got the two most popular shoes. How you beat that, Joe?
I think it's some kids who got a chance. Now it ain't gonna be easy. Now it ain't gonna be easy. It's gonna be a hard feat. But to kind of go back to what we were talking about, yes, I'm taking D Wade first. I think James Harden has a better offensive package, but D Wade all around. I don't know if y'all know this, but he's probably top 5 in NBA two guards for shot blocking. Yeah. He played both ends of the floor. He was a lockdown defender when he needed to be, playing alongside LeBron. He led the NBA in scoring 1 year. I think that's the year. When I was playing for the Hawks and we played him in the playoffs. But I think D Wade, man, he's accomplished so much, bro. Like, I think it's your preference on what you like.
I think D Wade is more of a two-way, two-guard, one of the best who can post up, make plays, obviously a champion. And I get to get your preference, bro.
It is.
Yeah.
Probably D Wade is definitely more a complete player.
Yeah.
Before the knees got bulky, D Wade would take the challenge defensively. Played really big. D Wade played really big in big games. All out they down 0-2 to Mavericks.
Yeah.
And he goes crazy. And he wins the Finals MVP. He's averaging, I think he averaged 36.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. But y'all know the game is about showman highlights.
Showmanship. People like
You know, and James Harden. Yeah, they like scoring, bro. And the dribble moves, making people fall, and James got crazy highlights in that aspect.
Yeah.
So that's a lot what people gravitate towards, and you still see him out here playing and balling. So you could still be a prisoner of the moment, but I mean, yeah, they top 5 and 2 guards all the time, bro.
And that side step, that step back.
Yeah, he
hard credit that.
that Euro step, that side step, that step back, that one-legged shot. I mean, offensively, his package is much better than D Wade's. It's that what people talking about, but you know that's what people gravitate to more than scoring.
Damn, that's crazy.
Start your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, features English refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. File now.
Come along with me on my South American adventure. Can you guess which destination I'm visiting this year? I'm flying American. Well, where to? Argentina, Chile, Brazil, Colombia, or Peru. Ready to see where I'm going? Argentina. Where will you go? Pick your destination, and American can take you there. Book today.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dot's sensationally seasoned pretzels.
Whatever the weather, protect your ride. Try for free at Tommy's Express.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander spoke about never letting his mental affect his play. Shea said, I think I just love competition. I love adversity. I love when things don't go my way. It just gives me an opportunity to grow and get better. It's easy to be super engaged when you're making every shot and you're up 20. But when you're in the thick of things and the things aren't going your way, you really find out about yourself. Those are the moments in the games where I learn the most. So as bad as it may seem, I relish those moments. I appreciate those moments. I use them for good.
Man, listen, it's hard to find anything bad to say about a kid.
Nope.
You know, yeah, it's hard to find anything bad.
Nothing.
I mean, he seems like he's living right. He take care of his body, and at the end of the day, every time he touch the floor, Uncle Ocho, he competing at the highest level. I don't care who he playing against. He trying to put on a show. He trying to score 30. Hey, he said he was inspired by AI when he came to his shoes. He got one of the probably top 3 shoes in the NBA, and he comes out. He plays with that aggression. He plays with that poise and patience and being under control and the confidence every night, man. It just seems like he knows the dude standing in front of him, bro. You gonna have a long night tonight, partner. Yeah, I agree with you. That's how he plays.
You just asked Joe.
Yeah.
But you just said nobody was able to unseat Mike and Kobe.
I don't think so. Michael ain't played it. Michael retired and Michael ain't played it damn near 30 years, 20 years.
But Shea is it's very early in his career. Does he have any chance going on? Not unseat them, but still be in the same conversation with them.
Oh yeah, he could be a one of them. But see, here's the thing, Joe. A lot of these guys are points. They're 2 guards masquerading as points.
Yeah.
He is a 2, but he's masquerading as a point.
Yeah.
But he's a 2 guard.
Yeah.
These guys are 2. The Magic Johnsons, the Steve Nashes, the Jason Kidds, those Jonathan Thompson, the Isaac, those are true point guards. These guys can absolutely bucket you.
Yeah.
Those guys wouldn't get no 50 points. Every point guard you talk about, from Tyrese Maxey to Murray to Shea, all these but he's one of the few points that can go get 50 and have 15 assists. There haven't been very many guys like that in NBA history that can score the bucket, score the basketball like Luka, and you look up and like, this man had 50 points and 15 assists.
And so what that means is we have this traditional point guard in today's game, being as the game's evolved, and they're more of a facilitator than a scorer, then you probably don't, you won't get paid as much, huh?
You saying the smaller guys won't get paid as much?
In general, if you're a traditional point guard, like the Stocktons and the Magic and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no.
Money.
If you can't shoot the three, you can't score that ball and play make, you got to be able to do all that now at the point guard spot. Yeah. Like the quarterback, everything revolves around the point guard, bro. Like, you got to be able to get to that chicken at the point guard. You think you just going to come down, run the offense, go to the corner, and catch out on that? If we going to run this pick and roll, we need you to get a bucket. We need you to get us a great shot. Now, whether it's you shooting the floater, or pulling up for three, or getting there spread out the guys for three and throwing lines, you got to be able to do all of this now to be elite. Yes. And these guys are big. They don't go 6-foot point guards. The Chris Paul days and the John Luck and all that on point guard. Stop letting them get shaved. They shave you.
What's the name, Joe?
And the Ducks will put two in the letter and we'll get started.
You think this fight there, you see how dropping that boy is? He's going to be more like an AI.
He'll bring it out.
Don't bring the ball up. Hey, I was looking to get a shot off. Yeah. Hey, I was looking to get buckets. But ain't come for a little different though. Like, he gonna get buckets like Ocho, but he has an awareness as far as like how to keep guys around him involved. You know what I mean? How to get guys easy buckets. Like I was telling y'all, you get your bigs some easy buckets, bro. You know they're gonna play a little harder for you. You know what I mean? And like Luka tonight. Luka had 40 and 10. Yeah, Luka had 40 points and 10. Luka well rounded, bro. He gets but he's not a traditional point guard.
Team down at the 12-yard line.
Like I
The
said,
offense will have to use it.
because he's so big and he can see, he got such great vision. Luka big. Luka, people don't really look at 6'7", 6'8". Yeah. So ever since Magic Johnson ushered in the big point guard, because prior to him, the point guard was small other than Oscar. Oscar was like 6'4.5", 6'5". Yeah. But then, if you were 6'9", you were a center or a power forward. Right. For Magic Johnson. That's what you were. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Russell was 6'9", he was a center. All the 6'9" guys were
First time out of the half.
It didn't have to matter. He got the ball in there. Right. Jimmy Hardaway got the ball in there. Right. So this is different era.
Give to the back.
This is the point guard.
Weaves his way ahead and gets by after the 18-yard line.
Got this big off.
And after having a nice game like that on first down, if you're the offensive coordinator here, maybe you're thinking about being aggressive and taking a shot. Because even if it's incomplete on second down, on third, you won't have that long to go.
They can find those guys anyway. You follow, you got to and you got to have some dogs, man. You got to have stuff to look.
With
Look
myriad
like
options
that.
after that big pickup on first down. Quick stop and play with this timeout from the offense. Second down coming up.
Okay, you want to give us something on the other end? You going to come right back at you.
They go to the ground. And he was able to run through a tackle. They finally get him, but not until he picks up the first down.
Yeah.
Defense, man, you got to go low, and you got to chop that tree down, right? Go the legs, take the legs out from underneath them so he can't continue to churn those puppies out and get extra yards after contact like he did there.
They'll snap it from the 25 here on first down. And he was just as he released the pass, it's incomplete.
In football, you hear the term quick, but don't hurry. And you could tell when you run these RPOs, the QBs want to make that decision quick. And I think he hurried it a little bit too much, got the ball out quick. Obviously, was inaccurate this pass.
And his ball, I see.
The give to the tailback.
That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball. Man, what a spectacular play by that defensive end to come up with the tackle there.
And you see those guys get off the football so fast. Most of these guys are 250 to 275 pounds, but they get off the ball fast, low, and the offensive linemen, they have no chance to stop those guys.
Man, I think they're gearing up to be ready to do it because the injuries started piling up. You know, he
Opening drive, fourth down, own territory, going for it.
Yeah, everybody want to shut it down. Yeah, he's going to
Quarterback may change this route.
He's trying to keep the value high. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you have a call
On fourth down, looking to pass.
Yeah.
Throws to the wideout.
Yeah.
That's kind of a double whammy for this offense because on their opening drive, not only did they turn it over with the interception, but they've now set their defense up in a really tough spot deep in their own end.
Of course we don't. You want to play to make sure that bag stays high.
Nah, what I mean,
Great place to start for this offense.
I mean, you go to witness the value. First, you see the value back crossing.
To the air. It's Montana.
Good job by this defense. Great job in the secondary. Eyes on the quarterback. They took away the first option, made him go to option two, made him go through his progression, and then they got time to get home and get ahead on the quarterback.
Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air.
Let's go. The game is closed.
You're seeing the ball interception on the first drive of the game, and now they come out and this defense gets a pick in return. There are a lot of dudes in the back end with speed and with the ability to close. What a phenomenal play by that young man just now to get the ball back to his offense.
They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yards when they need it, and he's out to the 43.
And those body blows really, really matter. Like, I want to be able to hand the ball off to my running back 10, 15 times a game. Make the defense tackle him, wear him out. Sometimes these 3 to 4 yard runs, later in football games, they turn into 5 to 15 to 20 yard.
Yeah.
He can go that far to the house, create big plays, showed you a little bit of vision, showed you a little bit of burners.
You better have really much to do.
And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0.
But he didn't think about it. I think somebody is saying this is pretty good.
This crowd's going to get loud
With
when their
Blake Griffin,
defense
because
comes
he was
on
just
the
a
field.
dumper. But they had 3-point shooters. Yeah, mid-range shooters. So when he got to Detroit, he played for the problem. So he was trying to jump in.
He stopped at the 13.
Another guy, Aaron Gordon. Yeah. Aaron Gordon, he was in Orlando. Yeah, footback. Yeah. Got that free ball. Now he got the mid. Yeah.
They'll try to put something together, backed up a bit, starting at their own 13.
He still got that jump on.
Coming out on first down with the play fake. Oh, he wants it all. And incomplete on the deep ball.
I don't know about the decision that time by the quarterback. He may have been expecting man coverage, but that time the defense was in zone, and they did a really nice job closing the window. The intended target was not open, and that's why that one fell incomplete.
Looking to pass. It's Montana. He's not afraid to go deep. Snags it on the line. They'll get it to the 48. No need to measure. It's a first down. Keep spinning the bean like that, and you start to believe this kid might have the talent to someday be the third 10,000-yard passer in Oregon history.
No doubt. And you know what Bucks fans love? They love points. They love offense. They love playing fast. That's what they are. That's who they are. That's what they want their teams to be every single night.
I don't know if this defense knows what just hit them because they gave up the completion, they gave up a first down, and now here's the offense back up at the line of scrimmage again, building tempo.
He had the speeds to loose, and he just couldn't connect. Just a little too much juice on the pass.
Those ones that you got a guy wide open, a lot of times quarterbacks will tell you those are the ones you kind of, like, I don't want to mess this up, and you either put way too little on it, or in this case, way too much on it, and overthrow the speedster.
The Ducks are going to hustle to the line.
That wide receiver on the outside is dangerous. When you're playing zone coverage, it's really hard because you're not chasing him. You can't really get hands on him. You got to make sure you see him really inside your speed, slide those linebackers, that wide receiver, so you got to get him on the outside.
This time, back up in the blue pen, and now they moved into position. On the red zone, looking for a man. Lets it fly. And that one is picked up in the end zone. Trying to get to the
If you're the quarterback, you might want to stop throwing that pass. When you knew coming into this game day, he's one of the best corners in the entire country. He's already been picked off twice now. He is literally living in this quarterback's head rent free.
And it's so nice to have a guy like this that can play off the field, because now he can put resources elsewhere. He's proven that if you try me, bad things are going to happen.
They've switched into the field, and we're ready to get things started here in the second half. And the Rebels trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. Quickly out the excellent job working through the air there, finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. The Rebels, after exploding for that huge run, back to work. Smashes ahead. Shot down middle. They'll mark him down at the 15-yard line, and this offense is doing well.
How about this offense? They're rolling. They got a couple first downs together. Defense. Next, what's your response? What do you got? You got to make some adjustments here.
They're in the red zone, and they'll pass it. Make a move for the defense. That one takes it down to the 13-yard line.
Yeah, this is a running back that can hurt you. Running it between the tackles, it's dangerous out in space. They like to throw to him out on the perimeter as he picks up a couple of yards there.
Quarterback touchdown. Jet sweep. He is stopped on the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one.
You got to fight fire with fire. You got to fight speed with speed. There's a receiver with the ball out in the open field trying to get the floor, but a quarterback with the same type of speed and athleticism able to make the tackle. Nice job.
The offense calls timeout, and they won't have any more left this half. Now facing a 3rd and long. Off the play fake. Looking to scramble.
I know this is a bigger podcast. Hey, anybody who knows offenses who got to play that
God damn. I was on accident.
Close to the end zone now with a new set of downs.
Great throw, great time. You can see his receiver breaks for the out route. He's in stride, in rhythm, hits him.
Whoever's involved, please tap in. If y'all watching this, we love you. That is cold. Vegas. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I was looking at you. I got to his ass for those lights. Oh, okay. You got to pay for that. I probably got you. That Jay-Z, that concert is gonna be crazy.
And he doing the Roots festival in Philly as well. Listen, man, I believe that we gonna get some Jay-Z music. I'm always something on the whole album, mixtape, whatever it is.
For sure.
I'm geeked about this. I know you was excited about this. That's why I put it in. We got a slot.
I was too hyped. You need to go on tour though. He might as well just do it like, I don't think he's too old.
Hell no. As if he feel like it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, like he just do a. He ain't want to go out like small baseball stadiums or NFL. Just a arena tour. Yeah. Just give us a, going away. I know he ain't retiring ever, but yeah, that'd be dope though. Man, nigga, 30th anniversary, man.
I mean, those are two classic out now. If you had to pick one of them shows, you had to see you do it.
Different. Every day. Yeah, I love listening to that with different every day.
Yeah, but here you don't know a lot.
I don't have more money on my money. So I don't like this.
The football checking favors, you can go on the best APYs in the league.
That's what it is.
You're on the 50 bank.
I told you after that.
UConn will deliver the opening kickoff and will get this game going. He'll bring it out. It's Williams. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found.
Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make Ocho cry. All right, there is our very special guest joining tonight. He's a 7-time NBA All-Star, a 7-time All-Star, he's a 7-time All-NBA selection, a 7-time NBA All-Star, a 2-time scoring champ, straight out of high school. Here he is, T-Mac, Tracy McGrady. T-Mac, what did you do, bro?
The 18.
We good, bro. How you feeling tonight? Man, I'm blessed, brother. All good. Thanks for that. Yeah, go ahead, you want to say something?
Now, what's good, what?
Lord above. All right.
My dog.
What's up, boy?
Here's the handoff. The Rebels moving quickly to the line.
I'm glad you said that.
The offense has a little bit of success on the ground, and they're up. Look at them. They're ready to go again. Back on the line of scrimmage.
And this my dude. This my Florida brother.
Guys out of the backfield
He
now,
was out
it's
there
not just run the
playing,
ball downhill
rubbing
anymore.
each
You
other
gotta
up.
be versatile. I gotta be able
And
to trust
folks
you in
thought
the
we could
pass
actually
game,
fight
and I gotta be able to
for a
throw
lot.
you the football. And you can do that right there.
This
I
my
know
dude.
you're
So,
gonna catch it, and I can
to
depend
put
on
that
it.
up, that
They'll
was
snap
not
it
me
on
and
first
Ocho
down
fighting.
from the 35.
Gave
Give
basketball.
to the running
That was
back.
something else going on.
Able to square
I
those
think
3
much
yards
more
out
towards
of that
our
one.
basketball
Somehow it's
court.
2nd
That's
and
what we
7.
were doing. So I want to clear
And
that.
that run really didn't go anywhere. And a
Talk
lot of
to you
times we
about
don't
that.
focus on
But
it
a lot
enough,
of
but how
stuff both
important
out there
those
about
5
fighting.
guys are up front. To get on those defensive linemen, to try to move them out of the way, to get a run game going. It's squarely falls on the shoulder of those 5 offensive linemen.
Hines is tight end. Defense on skates that time. They finally drag him down at the 42. That throw and catch, a really good example of why coaches don't want a quarterback to get stuck on a particular target, isn't it, David?
Yep, it's exactly right. Find the guy who's open, because you got so many guys that have so much speed that can do so much damage on the field. Find my matchup, get it to him, let him do the rest.
You got Jalen Brown, and I think you got Cade Cunningham. I think Cade's going to cut off because he's going to get to the game. So this is the thing of this argument. Let's get him to the side. But I think he's not on the side. Go Jalen Brown, and Wiggins.
And the Rebels can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go.
This is about 12, 14 games WC. But if you had to go right now, what do you need? So, I think all 5 guys. So they're all.
And how about about setting the tone on you. Like, you're going to cover this guy straight across the field, get it to him early on the first drive, let him know this playmaker is going to be touching the ball early and often, and he picks up the big game.
No question. Right?
They will have Bush back to the line on first down. Let's see if they keep leaning on this running game. They'll throw it from the red zone.
But they love to get out.
He's got
Out
it.
of the box.
They'll
He's
get
just coming back. Then when I look at Jokic now, Jokic, before he got hurt, I don't care what anybody
Zone
he
coverage,
was
he's
my
got to make sure he gets it to his receiver in a window to allow him to catch the ball and then turn it
And
upfield.
then when you look at
It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without
look at
scoring.
when he doesn't win it this year,
Those two are on the same page. It's incomplete.
for the next
Well, the opening drive of the game, establishing a rhythm and a cadence offensively is really, really important. They've done some good things on this first drive to put them in this situation. Obviously, you just threw an incompletion on second down. And likely going to throw it again here right now. Quarterback has just got to settle in. Timing is important. Get rid of the ball on time. Trust your read and execute this passing play.
You know, for me, you gotta play both sides now. I think he's done a lot better than he but then he's ripped that he
You can tell, man, he can roll, and they're going to use him. This is just the first drive.
Just a phenomenal offensive player.
I imagine we'll see more of that guy running the football with that kind of speed.
They didn't really. The speed wise, I think they were up and down. They just playing good basketball. They run, and it's called was playing great basketball from the jump. And look at his roster. JT has been out, right, up until a few weeks ago. He didn't come back. But you look at the roster, it's like no way you guys get the expect to be in the decent offense. So both guys are feeling at this point, he's still a great job.
82 yards. And the capper on that drive, the 10-yard touchdown run. They're set to kick it off, and this crowd is ready to get behind them.
Even when SBA was out, they were still finding ways to win. Even when, and that's the hard thing to do.
This drive will
You got
start
your
at
best
25.
player, and you can still do it. You got the second best player, and guys come in and contribute, and you can still do it. That shows you the depth of the given team. Yeah. So now, if I said, okay, you guys, some money that means something to you. And if you do what you put up with, means something to you. Who takes in the finals? Because
defense trying to keep this offense from getting a line on who to block. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. And an absolutely fearless tackle, giving up size, still got him on the turf.
Well, your opponent scored on their opening drive, so obviously no need to panic. But I know, having been in this situation as a quarterback, you want to answer right away. So really good to see him making some nice throws here on their opening drive. He's going to try and see if he can get this thing tied up.
Ball sitting right at the 30. It'll be third and short. Back to throw. It's Pavia. Makes the grab. It's Wallace. Love to see these third down conversions on offense, and they're out to their own 39-yard line. UConn comes to the line after getting another first down. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. Out of the crowd, and now he's got room. In enemy territory, and out of bounds at the 48.
First down, you know you always want to establish the running game. How about this offense? Nothing fancy. Run the football, be physical, get a big game.
This UConn offense really has it going. Might as well give it to him again. He's going to lose a yard on that one.
You know, the runner just has to have a little bit more patience. He bounced that thing outside a little too early, and as a result, lost yards.
And the Huskies with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. Got it behind the line. And not much doing there as that defense runs him out of bounds.
And so many things have to come together perfectly for a screen to work for big yardage. And they were close. You can tell that almost busted, but they just got wrapped up. Got a little bit of yardage, but they really wanted that one to be a big gainer.
As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Pocket breaking down. And the defense forced the quarterback out of bounds before he could get rid of it. Had to take the loss. Guys, that's the end of the quarter, and UNLV has the edge. He put one in the books. Let's have a look at our game summary. Now to see if these guys can get back in the game in the second quarter. They told us they were going to be aggressive no matter where they were on the field. Didn't take long to prove it. Going for it on fourth down in their first drive. Pressure coming. And they got it. A sack denies the try to convert on fourth down.
And this offense chooses to be aggressive. Listen, once you start getting to midfield, you see most offenses be aggressive, and they took the chance and they failed. Now, early in the game, a chance to create momentum to swing back to the other side of the football field.
And the Rebels in the hurry-up.
And the offense has a little bit of success, and what do? They push that turbo button right back on the line, ready to run another play.
Cross the 25 to the 24-yard line before he stopped. Pick up a 5 and a first down.
And the defense...
Morning.
Here they go. They're going fast. No time to substitute. Got to communicate quickly and get back on the line of scrimmage.
Fires to the big fella. And he goes out of bounds after coming
Good morning.
yardage there.
It's important on offense to get the tight ends involved in the passing game. These are big fellas that can run. This guy's a big target, so nice job on that.
The first thing you have to do to make these plays successful offensively is I have to block the edge. I got to get my speedster in space. They didn't do a good job of getting that guy out there in space where he can really use his jets. Nice job by the defense understanding it, seeing it, routing to it, and taking that
Really nice job there by the defense, because I think they baited the QB into trying to fit that one in over the middle of the field. Remember, it's a big zone coverage. They've all got their eyes on him out there in the pocket, and they just let him feel like, maybe I can fit this football in. Not so fast to come away with it.
It's really hard to control the running game if you don't control the line of scrimmage. And how about the defensive line doing a great job attacking those guys up front, not open up lanes to run through. Nice job just nullifying that run off the game.
Solid pick up for 4 on first down and second and 6.
Different players, like
You know, I did not do what he wanted to do right away, makes the decision. Maybe his footwork wasn't a little bit good. The pass wasn't where he wanted to
The glasses.
Right. And again, so
You like those?
You always hear put it on the tight end's body, Jesse, but with this guy, you don't have to all the time.
No, he's got long arms, Reese, and he's athletic. And this guy can jump, he can go vertical, he can go horizontal. That, my friend, was a stat.
Yes.
yeah, I think the thing is that
The Huskies will snap it on first and 10.
what's that?
Looking downfield on first down. Finds his man. It's Johnson. Found a little bit of room to operate, but he'll be stopped just short of the first down.
This quarterback right now is in a groove, and he's doing a nice job in three snaps. He's reading the coverage, and he's getting an idea of where he wants to go with the football. That's why the ball's coming out of his hands so quickly. That's why he seems like he's in a great place.
And the Huskies can really attack on this second and short.
Low.
He's got the tight end. And they'll pick up the first down and mark it at 47. Clock stops momentarily for the first down. They'll hurry to the line.
I don't know how you feel about the game, but I always feel
Looking to throw on on first down. Throws for the tight end. Got him downfield. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. Here's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half.
He's back. And my line just he's real. So I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm glad you said that. People really don't understand. That horse is a real thing, bro. For real. It's horror. Like, done up. So I was 17 years. I was 17 years old. This is when I
love the physicality of the secondary on defense. That defender got to the football, was able to separate the receiver from the ball and did it legally. Beautiful job.
I go in the back.
And I put my tight end in the slot to get a good matchup, right? And I throw these corner routes to him. Here's the good thing about being a quarterback. I can kind of underthrow those if I want. Those big bodies, they usually come back and get it. And they're so much more physical than the guys they're going against. Nice throw, nice catch.
MJ won't start that rock.
Through the middle, it's Jordan. Good catch. Takes it down to the 5 as the offense tries to cash in. The defense going to stop the clock for the timeout. They want to make sure they have everybody on the same page. Picked up some of what they needed on first down. Now it's second and goal from the 5.
It's a see him on my TV and what he was doing back in the late 80s, early 90s when I started watching. And to actually be brother in person,
he pushes his way down the
he
floor
is
as
too
they
good.
get closer and closer.
He's still going.
The defense calls the timeout. They're second of the day as they try to get their act together.
When I stepped in person, that I got the very first time that I saw his dad in person. He was levitating. And I've seen a lot of famous people in the world at that time. There's nobody has the aura like Michael Jordan.
We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break.
This in person, I've seen a lot of players in person. I've never seen anything like what this man, the glow and the power, the energy, the force that is around him, man. People, you got to see this presence to understand what he's back. If you think about it, everybody
Wants to fire it in the end zone on third and goal. Quick strike through the air for the score.
And I love it. Trust your passing game. Trust your quarterback because you know he can execute. You have confidence in him, and that is the way you finish your first half. And now you got a chance to tie this football game up.
Setting up for the extra point and the tie.
For me, when I first saw him, and then my first couple times in this, like I still have the feeling, but it's like I've been around Mike so many times, I still, hope. I regard the aura kind of wore a little bit. It's still there, and I still bite. And when I was 17 years
old, so they got the touchdown as they kick off. Really important for the defense to shut them down here.
Like I said, I've been around a lot of famous people. A lot of famous people. Yeah,
and he's going to bring this
when he came back to the Grizzlies, because I was 17 years, 18 years old, I played against him, but they won 72-10. That was my rookie year. But I played against him just last year before he retired. And, that 18-year-old me was trying to figure out, who I was as an NBA player and trying to win the game. So I didn't really have that type of game or that force that I wanted. But when his ass came back, he was with the Wizards. Hey, you might be wounded, but I'm gonna give you his work. I gotta give you his work. I don't like what you did to my mom when I was 17 years old, making me seem like you ain't for real. Hey, but that was Kobe's mindset. You remember Kobe dropped 55 on it the last time he played it. Hey, people were like, well, Kobe, why would you do that? He said that's what he wanted me to do. He would have it no other way. Because I guarantee you, if the roles were reversed, oh, yeah, he would have did the same thing. He would have did the same thing. That's why before he left that, I had to get at least 40 on the road. Before he stopped playing, I had to see that I dropped 48. I don't care if they did it like this. If they're just right, still got to see 24 points, 25 points, and putting up these crazy numbers because that's what they're playing. So, I think I like the one fight. You got to go.
The Rebels are in the hurry up.
You know they as a guy that played the game at an elite level, there was a lot of conversation going back and forth. With Bam got the Bam got a this guy got a Bam if you just tell people how hard it is to score 40, 50, 60, because I think he's got a career high like 60. So now,
Fingers incomplete. That would have been a huge game if he could have held on.
That's one of those plays where you're going, man, he probably could have made that. The defense wasn't great on the play, but guess what? It goes down as an incompletion. Those are one of those bullets that you got to dodge throughout the game to get the win.
This is going to be a tough situation for the offense here late in the first half. They're trying to find a way to generate some points before going into the locker room, but the defense is ready for it. So the windows are not going to be very big, especially when you're trying to attack vertically like they did on the
only one time. That was easy. So, I think it could have been a little bit more competitive on Washington stuff. But
and the Rebels will line up to kick off and start the second half.
They got a job. And if you have an opportunity to make history, who's not going to do that? So
no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25.
Babies right now, they come up and they looking at the home this way. So he scored 83 points. They're not going to care how he scored. They just know, man, that man is on the whole time.
The UConn offense goes back to work. First drive of the second half, always fun to watch to see what type of points were made in the half, especially when you're locked up in a ball game like this one.
And it's been a good
That defender is a matchup nightmare for any offensive lineman. He's got athleticism, he's got length, he's got flexibility to put it on display on that side.
You got 80 foot. But what
and they'll get it to the 39-yard line, and they'll move the chains.
when you talk about
Nice completion good for
when you
first
talk
down.
about four, and all
Wants to throw on first down.
these guys go like this.
It's
Loud coach says don't never be broke taking a profit. Take what's there, take the positive yards, and never complain.
Let's see what they've got on second down. Keeping it on the running back. And he'll find another running back to get it just short of midfield at the 49.
And I think this has probably been the most surprising thing of this game so far. This guy's one of the best running backs in the entire country. They just can't get him going. He's never been able to get him in rhythm. You've got to give the defense so much credit because they have been able to shut this guy down. They got to keep that up here in the second half.
It'll be a run on third and short. Knocked down in the backfield, and that'll bring up fourth down.
Here's the thing, we know this guy's not going to win the Heisman Trophy, but he's a pretty talented football player that's made big plays for this offense in the past. They have not had any success when they've given him chances so far in this game. And in the third quarter, you're getting a little nervous, I think, if you're the head coach, because he's a guy you need to have success if you're going to win.
And the turns it over in their own end.
Okay,
And see, I have no problem
why do
being
you think that
aggressive
is?
near midfield. I got no problem whatsoever. Get stuff.
Why would they have
I
a
think
problem?
you have to show your team, like, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to continue to try to make it. Even in the second half, when things are getting tough.
It's incomplete, and trust me, you will not see that very often from this guy at second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again.
Foul again. Foul.
It's a tank.
Try to get your ball back.
Not a chance. Just stopped as soon as he got it. The Rebels want to move quickly. Might be calling a hot route. Looking downfield, it's Carr. He's going for it. But it could have been much.
right there. This is a disappointing drive for the offense, considering where this drive started in their opponent territory. Now you're 4th and long. You've got to be better throwing the football in those types of situations.
Can you believe this? The offense is going for it on 4th down. Gets it out fast.
What a great play call there on 4th down. You know, they script and practice these all throughout the week. You've got to be able to call something that you know you can run in your sleep. Beautiful execution on that 4th down play for a touchdown.
The 18 unit on the field.
It's history. How can you not? How can you not talk about history? You're part of it.
Let's just think of argument. All these top corners go out. But you get 300 yards, and y'all still throwing the ball. Y'all up 21 points, and y'all throw the ball, and you get the 15-yard route to go over the field. I still say, man, I feel bad for a big hot piece of
and the capper coming on that 48-yard touchdown dart.
I'm going to talk.
Unit is out there again.
You say that might take the last
Feeling themselves after that last drive. And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return.
Very rare for us to see this type of performance, regardless of
They'll put this one in play first snap of the drive from the 25. They'll start this drive going to the air. Quickly to the tight end. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. Behind the chains now on 2nd and long. To the air, it's Pavia. Got a man, it's Jordan. Really nice pickup there as they have it at the 44 for the first down.
They had a great job by the QB finding the running back, getting the football where he can do some damage after the catch, and most importantly, get the first down.
Motion from the right. They're going back to the ground. And the defense snows him under after a very short.
Water pistol, water pistol.
Tough run for this offense, and I think a big reason why they're down on the scoreboard right now is they just haven't been able to get this guy going. They've tried to give him the ball a lot, and it just hasn't paid off. But you get the feeling, too, if they're going to be far back in this one, they need him to break one off. And it just
My bad, I saw I was rolling.
Linebackers trying to create some confusion. 3rd down play from the gun.
I'm not sure there's enough talent on the first turn.
And UNLV is on top. 3 quarters are in the books. Time to come through back and book the drive. The lead, they'll cut into it as we take a look at the stats. Here comes the 4th. Time to see who steps up, who makes the winning plays to take home that W.
You don't think there's enough talent that turns into the NBA for you
They go
to
back to
add
work for the first down in the final
So
period of this one. Use the play fake down the throw. Grab over the middle. It's Wallace. Makes the grab and not quite enough for the first down, but a good gain on that play. And the Huskies in a good spot here with 2nd and short.
The NBA team started more than they're not the only team like that.
Looking for a man. It's Pavia. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Jordan. There it is. Now the connection takes it to the 11.
Nice job by the running back catching the football and understanding where the first down marker was. I got to go get that first down. Did a nice job.
Most important part of a clutch drive. Piece together some first downs. Get in position. And here they are on 1st and 10. Able to make the connection. It's incomplete.
And this is a tough time for this offense because you're in passing mode. You're in comeback mode, and the defense knows that. Like, they're pinning their ears back. They're coming after the quarterback, and you've already struggled protecting your guy today and creating those explosive plays. This offense is going to have to buckle up and really protect their guy up front.
It's $10 billion. And the owners, that's probably $5 maybe $600 million in only pocket. I don't want to pay nobody. I know it's about it. I know it's about it. But I'm just saying, as a fan okay, we don't have to buy it. I'm sorry. So as a product, I'm looking at it. The league is weird.
The defensive line, you know, third and long situations, not rushing the quarterback, and bringing the nickel, a little bit more speed on the field, and the defensive line gets home and gets the season started.
In our league as a young player. He gets away from this. Another thing.
Look, obviously you would have loved to score a touchdown there, but you did the important thing. Kick the field goal, you're now within one possession.
Beautiful.
The football back and your offense drive the field and put it in the end zone. This is what we're practicing. See if they can go execute.
Before he got hurt, I was I want that type of challenge. Right. I want that in Jay to where he takes tough shots.
UNLV is ready to go back to work on offense.
He can't find a man. Now, I don't know the other right. What's going on with him? Or you guys, you know what I'm saying? I don't know none of that. I don't have to do that. But
And this offense, you can tell, just still feeling confident. They have the lead. It's the fourth quarter. First down, that's not a running play. That's a passing play. They're really in a rhythm, feeling good about themselves.
The bottom line is the whole defense is always in the same thing. Beginning of time. It's always about scoring. So with these two expansion teams, if Seattle is able to get one, if they get one, how long do you think it would take before they're able to produce the product or get the product necessary for them to compete? They went not fighting because it's not enough basketball to get it.
No, I think it's possible. I mean, you know, I think with some of these kids coming out of college and going out of the box, there's some vets that probably are up for something that possibly you look at that long situation or look at Jeff Young. So NBA players,
They've got it down to the 32. First and 10 coming.
And it was so important for the offense to come up with a touchdown there and not kick a field goal. You're trying to put this thing out of reach. And that touchdown puts so much pressure on their opponent now with less than 2 minutes to go.
Water pistol, water pistol.
Because of
The extra point is up and good, and they have gained the 11-point fourth quarter lead. A very efficient five-play scoring drive. And he finished things off with a 32-yard
year,
run.
nobody really knew who I was. I got invited to the Adidas camp, become, you know, the number one player after that Adidas camp. And, you know, the story is go to the NBA and rest history. So it's that platform that really made me who I was and gave me a name. So it's a lot of hoopers. Also, you know, you grew up down at the bottom, and you grew up with guys that hoop like crazy and probably had, you know, a situation where someone in the family died and they had to pivot and step up and, you know, be their parent, the guardian in that situation before. They just couldn't get it right as a teenager and was in some trouble.
The drive starts
going there for real,
25-yard line.
Just really didn't get the opportunity to live out their dream of playing basketball. So,
off the play fake on first down. It's complete to the left. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be second and 3. Trying to get everybody set with the clock still running. Looking to throw. It's Bobby. Finds a man on the right. Ran through the tackle, and he's got room to run. Hits the acceleration line. Touchdown, UConn. He broke away from the defense, and they couldn't catch him.
And listen, still a ways to go. But great job by this offense getting you back in the ball game. Now, we got a one-possession game. We got our score. We did what we're supposed to do. Now, how do we get this stopped? Now, the defense has to come up big and get me the rock back.
Playing the analytics here, you go for 2.
That's going to be my first shooting name on all of the That's the whole straight up, right?
The snap sets up the throw. Makes the grab in the end zone for the 2-point conversion, and that won't be big as it draws into within a field goal. They're getting set to kick it away, and that last score took a little oomph out of this crowd.
I actually not talk about this, and you're part of.
Let's just think about it.
Fielded in the end zone, it's Williams. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes he doesn't have to take a knee as he's running at the 14.
Set the 15-yard route to go over 300. Are you going to say, man,
first snap of this drive will come from inside the 15 at their own 14-yard line.
I'm going to talk. You play that might take the last.
Defense uses a timeout quickly, trying to get that ball back and preserve time for their offense.
I like the idea by the quarterback there. You're trying to get this first down, so you find the tight end, see if you can make a guy miss or shake a tackle. Not able to get it done.
Supposed to be the best players in the world, right? Supposed to be the best athletes in the world, right?
Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back.
Best players,
quick timeout call by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense.
Smart offense. I love it, man. Make them use that timeout. Run the football. I can run the football and let that clock now tick inside of a minute. I'm in great situation to win this football game. Just be smart and keep that thing running.
They've got to come up with a big play on this third and long.
He had a 62-point game where he outscored his time. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Maverick.
Motion from the back. Dropping back, it's Cook. They're working that outside. They'll make the stop, but that goes down on the ice, and they should be able to kneel this one.
Gutsy play call. A lot of coaches out there that would have run the football, try to keep the clock going, or force your opponent to use more timeouts. They throw for it on third down. They get completion. And with that, they should win this game.
Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible.
Nice job stopping the run, but the problem is you have 0 timeouts left. You cannot stop the clock right now if you're the defense, so this has got to be excruciating for them. They know the offense is just going to take their time before they snap the ball.
It's one thing to execute early in the game. Football game, winning clutch plays, these guys deliver.
And you can't teach that gene. You got people that can focus in the moment or they can't. Great job by the team. Staying focused, understanding it's a close battle. Win those one play at a time, and then look up, and then, heck, I got to win.
Yeah, David, they just had ice in their veins, and you can tell there's tremendous leadership on this football team. Guys can step up, and in the huddle, they can make sure that everybody else is focused to the task at hand in order to get the W.
That will put the wrap on things from here. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. You've been watching another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
What did you call that TV for? 83 points on? Watch the general. We want to see. We want 2 more teams. And you just said the NBA team, you call these boys the Washington Generals. They're not the only team like that. You got Utah taking. You got the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. You want to watch the Brooklyn Nets? Nah, bro. Oh, I don't. Why? Why you don't want to watch the Brooklyn Nets? I'm saying you tried it. Then at least the Wizards are some of their guys. Utah not even, they take their guys out, they down by 2, and they started for the whole fourth quarter. Triple A getting surgery on the wisdom tooth. He out for the rest of the year. You answer right. That you had to Sacramento, you told him to watch Sacramento? No. No, they didn't. And so again, you talking about adding 2 more teams, they didn't. Come on, bro.
I got a question. I got a question, Mac.
So let me follow you through right quick. T-Mac, you talk about 2 teams, and each team, they say that the winning bid is going to be somewhere between $7 and $10 billion. And the owners, you know that's probably 500, maybe $600 million in each owner's pocket.
Hey, I don't want to take no money out of nobody's pocket. I know it's about bread. Okay. But I'm just saying, okay, we don't have the product, man. I'm sorry, we just don't have the product. I'm looking at something. The league is weird. It's strange, man. I can't understand the league. I'm looking at it right now. 30 points last year in the NBA. 29, 30 points. One of that was a bucket getter, probably one of the best bucket getters in our league as a young player. He gets waived from his team. Another bad team picks him up, right? Ben Thompson, another bad team picks him up. He stays there for a few weeks. Anyway, that's also the brother actor at 30 in the NBA.
And the Knicks will put total record to crank us up.
Out of the NBA. So, like, I want that in the NBA to where he takes tough shots. He can't find a home in NBA. I don't know the other way. That's one where the attitude or you guys, you know what I'm saying? I don't know none of that. I don't have any of that information. But in terms of a basketball player and what we need in this league, what we want to see, that kid is one of the best scorers you will see in this league.
Hey, Mac, what I was going to say, right? You know, if it makes money, it makes sense, especially to the owners, to the GMs. The bottom line, it will always be the same, and it's always been the same since the beginning of time. It's always about the money. So with these teams, if Seattle is able to get one, if Vegas is able to get one, how long do you think it will take before they're able to produce the product or get the product necessary for those teams to compete? Or is that not possible because there's not enough basketball players in general?
No, I think it is possible. Because, I mean, you know, I think with some of these kids coming out of college, it depends on like, how you structure your body. There's some vets that probably are for something that possibly will look at that Las Vegas situation or look at, by the way, Vegas, for NBA players.
After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7.
Yeah, well, hey, the girls can handle that. Don't get rid of that.
Weaves his way in and gets fired out to the 18-yard line. And the Rebels headed quickly to the line.
Much downside, dog. But everybody wants to
Back to throw, it's Carr. Zings it complete to the right.
And,
3rd and short, and I guess the only thing they really took out of play in the shotgun was the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I like to do, Reese. I mean, 3rd and inches, I want to run the quarterback sneak, run the football, but this team is fully comfortable throwing the football, and you see why. It's the
up until my 10 years, nobody really did well done. I got to tell you, to the Eagles fan, become, you know, the #1 player after that Eagles fan, and you know, the story is go to the NBA and that's history. So it's that platform that really made people all was. It gave me a name. So it's a lot of who just hotels, you know, we grew up that
dangerous weapon out of the backfield, catching the football, making the big play.
A situation where one of the family died, pivot and step up.
And the extra point makes it 7-0. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they get it done with a big play, a 76-yarder for the score. They're set to kick it off. And you think this crowd's going to get loud when their defense comes on the field? And no chance at a return. Here they'll start this drive at their own 25.
Up this Friday. The first I got into my guys, one of the most favorite figures in the history of sports media, and the man has never lost the debate. Skip Bayless! The team quarterback breaks down the top 5 passes.
Movement from the linebackers trying to mess with the offensive line's assignments. Trying to make magic with his feet. Stopped him at the 40-yard, but that's a big pickup of 15. They couldn't draw up a better way to start a drive, and now they've got it 1st and 10 from the 41. Wants to throw. It's Russell. Quickly complete. No chance to run, but still a good game.
Not difficult, not complicated. Early in the game, getting that rhythm, find that time with your wide receiver so you're set up for success. Then you go attack them later.
They knock him down, but he's got enough to get across the line and pick up the 1st down. The Nittany Lions come to the line with a new set of downs. Looking to throw on 1st down. Throws to the tight end. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down.
This defensive coaching staff, they love their secondary, and they love the matchups they have. They believe they've got 5 guys at least back there that can cover one-on-one. You saw a great example of it there on 3rd down, forcing the incompletion.
But he also can't find the man, and he'll be knocked down.
And that was a big objective for this defense coming into the game. Tell the coaches, we want to keep him in the pocket. We don't want him to use his wheels. He's fast, he's elusive, can make big plays. Nice job by the defense, keeping him in the pocket and getting the sack.
He'll try to do it himself. He is not going to get there. Still short behind the game, and it'll be 4th down.
And nowadays, you're not always going to get these quarterbacks on the ground because they're so athletic. But nice job getting the sack, let him out of the pocket there, but now forcing the 4th down, and it's decision time for this offense.
If they don't convert this 4th down, there will be questions to be answered. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. Finds him in the backfield. He's not going to get there.
Aggressive play calls. Everybody wants you to be aggressive. They're aggressive. They take their shot. Now they got to live with a little bit of the consequences. They turn the football over on downs. Now their defense has to go out on the field and make some stops.
The give from the gun.
You know, with defense, it's this pick up yours game, right? Like, I got to play a little bit soft and make them run the football, but when I do that, I give the running back space, and right there you can tell he takes advantage of it.
Touch pass on the right. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage.
I like offenses being creative. I'm not sure if that was the best place to call that play. I think this offense needs to think about just doing things a little bit more by the book. They've got a lot of good playmakers. You don't have to reinvent the wheel this early in the game.
And that one's going to be knocked down incomplete, and we have knocked down the 1st turnover. Guys, that's the end of the quarter, and UNLV has the edge. And we've reached the end of 1. Before we move on, let's take a look at our stats so far. Now to see if these guys can get back in the game as we open the 2nd quarter.
You played
Couple of yards short of the 1st down in your own territory, but they are going to go for it on 4th.
Quite a bit of zip on it that Stephon thinks. I'm not going to ask you if you're preparing this comeback to go down that road. All I'm going to ask you is if you have looked into the NFL rules of a minority owner temporarily coming back, say, week 14 or something like that. Have you seen players that allowed?
Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe. 2nd and 7.
and they don't like
You know,
that
as a
idea.
defense, you kind of want to
So
force
I'm
the
going to
give
leave
on
it
the
at that.
RPO. You want
We
them to run the football, and you
explored
could
a
tell
lot of
maybe the
things, and I'm
quarterback
very
wishes
happy
he
with
pulled
retired. Let
this.
me just say that to
Small
you. So
gain, but some
I
information you
love
gathered
being
pretty
out there
quick. It's
playing
time to
inside
move on.
games. I love touching the kids.
And he's able to bounce off
I've
of
got
the
a lot of
tackle,
really
but
fun
still
things
not a
I'm
whole
involved
lot
in,
of running room.
and it's never going to be old. You know, you get old throwing passes to incredible athletes on the football field, but if anything, that game reconfirmed to me that I'm very happy in my retirement.
Quarterback adjusting the pattern. Looking to throw its car. Lets it fly deep downfield.
One of the areas they really focused on with this receiver in the offseason is we need you to make more plays for us in the end zone. We're taking shots. We need you to be able to step up and make tough catches. David, what a grab right there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with trusting your guy, knowing where he's going.
Water pistol, water pistol.
Being on the same page, and then having a guy that can go get it. Just when the ball is near him, he's going to make the play, just like he did right there for 6 points.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. That touchdown drive covered 61 yards. Keep the unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead.
And all Tom does is juke the pass rusher and throw an absolute rope into the back corner and step on this.
No reason to be in a big rush. They have some time here late in the half. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw.
He actually moved the Roger Goodell to see if he could on and play at the same time. And I believe he's not talking about now because that couldn't happen this fast after the flag game on Sunday.
Well, the quarterback does a great job in his decision-making. He found the matchup he wanted one-on-one. His tight end's able to stretch the field. He makes the catch, and he does the rest of himself running it into the end zone.
I think Tom is talking about last year when the fact that he's in the way he's watching it collapse before his very eyes. They did go up sometime in with the aberration being the year.
Fielded in the end zone.
But then they start to
Not nearly as much as he'd hoped when he brought it out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 15.
And I think he sat back and said,
They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half.
I think at that point, he reached out to Adele and said, hey, if we tweak the rule, bend the rule a little bit, and let me on to play. And Washington does salary cap
It's a bad sign of an offense when you have that many people running free at your running back. That means guys up front aren't getting their blocks. Just too many hats getting the ball carrier. I love his effort making multiple guys miss, but still, it's a negative play.
Would that not have been the story of the year last year in the NFL? Would I have been on my team, everybody else watching everything, the perfect bridge quarterback going to the next year for the Vegas?
This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again.
I don't know why Roger didn't try to tweak it or bend it. And yet, Tom, if he really wanted to play, he could have immediately sold his 5% right back to Mark Davis. And he could have told Fox, thanks, but no thanks, maybe we'll do it for future, but I'm going to play some football right now. Maybe you'll have to talk about the future. He didn't want to play. That's what would have happened. But obviously, he didn't want to play that fast. So his conclusion is, right there, I'm happily retired. I'm happy to play the flag football game and just not the first year in the flag football game. So in the end, I just think he points it out there that, hey, everybody, I tried.
And the Rebels look to do some damage in the red zone.
I did try to see if I could play. And you know I could still play.
They'll ride the running back and leave it with him.
And they're able to shove it.
Nice
He
spin.
probably doesn't want to take the money.
Will they keep it on the ground again here on third down? Trying to get more points on the board before the break. The Rebels had tough field position to start this drive, but they've been relentless in moving the ball methodically down the field. Quarterback flips it ahead quickly to the receiver. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup.
Well, and on these little push passes, timing is so important. You're trying to snap it right as he's getting a full head of steam. When he gets the ball, he's hitting the outside, and David, it puts the defense in such a difficult spot.
You immediately have... And that's the way you execute on offense, man. You keep your foot on the gas, try to make this a two-score game. You do with that touchdown. This offense executes.
Water pistol, water pistol.
From the second half to get some stops.
And the extra point puts them on top
21-7. And that's what I'm taking it to. So he basically out there in two-speed. He put it out there like I inquired. Just in case you were wondering.
They're ready to kick it away, and this crowd is buzzing after that last score.
I'm going to handle this now. And I'm going to sit back and do what I do. I'm enjoying the play of my life.
And no chance at a return. Here they'll start this drive at their
I
own
really don't want to
25.
take those hits no more.
They'll put this one in play first snap of the drive from the 25. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And it's in. I mean, if you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball.
And the big tight end, a lot of times that's a bigger strike zone, a bigger dude, and you can tell they put the hit on him. And that ball came out when it came to the turf. Nice job playing physical by this defense.
There's the pressure. He's down to the 38-yard line, and they can't stop the clock. The offense quickly calls timeout to stop the clock. It's first and 10 from the 38-yard line. The play action fake. Pressure is on the man, and the pressure has arrived, and down he goes at the 30. The offense will stop the clock and use one of its timeouts. The Nittany Lions have put themselves in dire straits after that last play. It's second and 1. Back to pass, it's Russell. Missed his receiver there. It's incomplete.
At this point, trailing by a lot, the defense is expecting you to throw it. If you're going to throw in the middle of the field, the window's going to open and close quickly. You've got to have better timing to complete that throw. They just didn't have it.
Behind the line, it's Jackson. He's not going to drag it. What a job by this defense to stop him in his tracks. Timeout called by the defense. It's their first of the half as they'll go to the sideline and try to make adjustments. The Nittany Lions will punt this one away. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. A low-line drive and not his best work.
That was almost a huge mistake by special teams. On the punt return, fumbling the football. They are so lucky that they jumped on that ball and that their offense is now going to take the field because that could have been disastrous.
They'll have just enough time to get one more snap before the half. To the air on first down. Bringing the heat. Under heavy pressure, it's caught. It's incomplete, and they tried to get one on the board before the break and couldn't put a basic connection. And the Rebels will try to kick this one deep to get things underway in the second half. And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that's specific ranking.
The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Maybe adjustments or attitude adjustments. They've got to find a way to run the ball at least some here in the second half.
I do think you said something that's important. I think running the football is an attitude. Like it starts with the offensive lineman being physical, having a nasty...
We up 2 possessions right now, so we can let him have all that short shit if we want to.
You have an opportunity to make a statement here. Yeah, I know you guys went in at halftime and you riled yourselves up and you told yourself that you think you can run the ball on us. On this very first drive, we're going to prove to you, just like in the first 30 minutes, you cannot.
They are down in on this drive. A couple of of chunk plays, and now they'll snap it on first down. Looking for a man, it's Russell. And that incomplete pass is caused by the big hit on first down, second down coming. Trying to make up for some of that lost ground on second down. They'll throw again after the incompletion. Pass to the tight end. They'll finally drag him down, but not before he gets it to the 40, and it's a first down. Really good job working through his progression to get it to him quickly, and the big tight end has a chance to run.
And a really good job by the QB throwing it accurately. You got to hit those guys on the move, on the march, so they can do this. They can catch the football, get upfield, and chew up some extra yards.
I just love this guy's instincts, right? When things are open right away, he never panics. He just understands the situation where he is on the field, and he's so confident in his own natural ability that he has the ability to run, go get the first down, keep this drive rolling.
And you see tight end matchups all over the field all the time now. Used to just be in the red zone. Now you just find the big fella, you put him in the slot, try to give him the ball as much as possible because you know he can make big plays.
The Nittany Lions will try to put one on the board on first and goal. They want to throw it. There he goes, breaking the pocket. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. That'll be second and long coming.
All the way. So we talk about plants, we talk about coffee, we talk about everything that the quarterback looking for in the pocket. He's got
So
guys
the
who can
decision has
deliver
been
that.
made, and the coach will take the penalty. Can the defense stop them again on second and goal? From the gun, running back, looking for Rupp. And he get him down, but he was driving his way and gets it down to the 7-yard line. It's third and goal, and a long way from the end zone. Scanning the field, it's Russell. Quick completion on the out. And they got him down after the short completion, but they inch closer and closer to pay dirt.
Nice job by the defense there. They knew coming into this running back was dangerous catching the football, so really good job getting him down on the ground, now setting up fourth and goal.
He's looking to pass.
And you said Aaron Rodgers is the first division national football player.
And that's the world we live in. You want to be aggressive, you want to get touchdowns, you don't want to kick field goals. Analytics says this, well, now you get no points. And the defense bows up the big play of the field, gets the big sack.
I don't think that's it. The greatest quarterback and the greatest competitor in the history of this sport. You know, he can't, by the way, you did play with. Yeah, I'll talk about that. The other one was like playing with him in a second, but you know, Tom Brady can't just turn that off. Just because he retired, that competitive drive doesn't just go away. We all know he's an athlete, but we're talking about one of the greatest of all time. I promise you, that fire still burns when he's calling games on Sunday or he's watching tape, getting ready for his analyst job. I promise you, he still feels that urge to want to go out there and compete. And I think he could. I agree with TJ. I think at 48 years old, top 5 maybe. I think top 10, I'd feel more comfortable saying that. But at 48 years old, I think Tom Brady could go to a handful of teams in the NFL and immediately make them significantly better and give them a shot to win if the pieces weren't in place. And I agree with you on that, Rashad. He's got to have a perfect situation because at 48 years old, you're not going to come back and say, all right, I want to go to the Raiders. They're rebuilding. I like what John Flacco's doing. I like what they're building in Las Vegas. But he's not going to go there to be a bridge quarterback. He wants to go to a team that is a quarterback away from winning a Super Bowl. And there's not a lot of teams like that right now. The NFL still have their guy in place at quarterback. But with that being said, the reason I think he can still compete at a high level is because that's what he did towards the end of his career. It wasn't like he was a guy that got to the end and then the production fell off of a cliff and he struggled. I mean, his last year in the NFL, 4,600 yards, was third in the league. He had 25 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. In fact, the year before that, he led the entire NFL in 2021 in passing yards and touchdowns. He for 5,300 yards and 43 touchdowns at 42 years old, 44 years old. I mean, that's unheard of. And in both of those years,
he was the only quarterback in the league that had over 700 passing attempts. So the durability, at least in his right arm, that's not ideal for your 45-year-old quarterback, but the durability, at least in his arm, was still there, and he can do what was asked of him within the offense. But to your point, Skip, like you mentioned, I was with Tom Brady. That's why I think, this is a unique situation when you're talking about him. He's one of one. And I remember being in New England in 2019 with Tom, and it was special getting to watch the way that he prepared and ran throughout the week from Monday to Saturday. But watching Tom Brady on Sundays was different. And it's something that I don't think I'll ever experience ever again. It was cool because we would get to the stadium, and he was still calm and even chill, and he was locked in and ready to go. We'd go to Josh McDaniel's office and go through the game plan, and he was still, hey, what's up, babe? Call everybody back. Hey, what's up, babe? How you doing? Hey, how's my motion look? Working on throwing. We just yourself meet him and Jarrett Stidham. But as soon as he walked out of the locker room into the tunnel, as soon as he walked through that doorway, something switched. And it was unbelievable to watch. He would go somewhere mentally that very few athletes in the world can go to. And when he would get in that tunnel, man, it turned on. It was, he would start screaming and yelling, and then he would get up to, getting ready to take the field. They would play public service announcement by Jay-Z, allow me to reintroduce myself. And then he would take off and run. And for the next 3.5 hours, he would go be the greatest football player to ever walk this earth. So the reason I think at 48 years old he can still play is because of who we're talking about. Is Tom Brady, to your point, Skip, to go. So I think he could.
Yeah. I don't think that if he did decide to do it like free agency, that it wouldn't be a bunch of free agents lining up. He will manipulate a lot of rosters, just by saying he's coming back. Yeah.
So let me say this objectively about the Brady I love. As he was becoming the GOAT, when you played with him, he never flaunted his GOAThood. He didn't act like the GOAT as a player ever. He was incredibly humble, quiet-spoken, didn't ever say much. And then once he left football and was blessed by everybody as you are the GOAT, then he started to flaunt his GOAThood. He started to wield his GOAThood. Because look what he's done in the NFL. He signed a Fox deal for $300 million to be their lead analyst, and turned right around and bought 5% of the Raiders, knowing full well that the rules and regulations were going to keep Tom Brady from doing his job in preparation the way you should do that job, because there are certain rules that prevent you from watching practice, getting inside of the teams, because he's Raider at heart now. He's the de facto GM of the Las Vegas Raiders. So the point is, he did that, and then even with the flag football game, that was anti-NFL because he just did that on his own. He put that together. They're going to play in Saudi Arabia, before the war broke out, and then it got moved obviously here to LA. So that I don't think the NFL loved the fact that he promoted a big flag football event outside the confines of the NFL. And then look at this. He just did it again. He went to Goodell, and he's trying to put a little public pressure on Goodell right now because a lot of people say, come on, Roger, why didn't you just let him play? Everybody would have loved it, right? And they're saying, that all the reports say, that it was salary cap circumvention issues that would force Goodell and other owners
Where are you at in your season?
Can't own and play at the same time. When, to me, I don't care about that. That wouldn't bother me. I don't know if it bothers you guys as ex-players. That what if he just said,
I'm fresh in the season.
I don't take a
I'm in my, like it's fresh. I just be playing a few ranked games to try and see how high I can go. And then I'll start my season in the city.
It's a lot of money, and you could put it on hold maybe and say, give me a couple of years and then I'll pick back up. But Fox has got to go on with their lives, and they might have to say, well, we'll go find somebody else, Tom, if you don't want to commit to it full time.
Yeah, I do think he is probably the only person in the world in this league that can just do it. Tom Brady.
He's long.
For a player.
They're saying if he was allowed to hand a player doesn't hand wrong,
we can't go give him no accountability. We can't go say, hey, Tom, fuck, he's playing like fucking shit, bro.
Yeah, and he said, hey, I own this shit.
What's his name?
would be like walking off into the sunset with Tom Brady being the greatest of all time. Right?
Yes.
Who do you think the greatest running back is?
Fine, I found it. Fine.
Me? Barry Sanders. Yeah, I would say Barry Sanders because why? He was special to watch, and the way that he would move, and he didn't play with a lot of great teams when he was in Detroit, but he still was just unbelievable. Hey, but you're talking about broken field. Oh, just right. I mean, impossible.
Hey, you realize they had to take him out on short yardage from goal line every time they took him out in favor of a bigger, stronger back.
Oh, let me know. Who's your coach?
Yeah. Eric Dickerson. I'm close to him and I know him well, so maybe I'm when at his greatest, he just he had the single season and still has it. He said that. And it looked like Saquon was going to have it, and then he didn't play the last game. I thought that was going to be 17 games per season.
Okay, so what about receivers? Everybody's smart. Yeah. Touchdowns, catches, longevity, any quarterback, to dominate for that extended period of time. The guy had 100 and 50-yard receiving game at 42. That receiving. Yeah, okay. So why Tom again?
7 out of 10 Super Bowls. That's all you need to know.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
See what the metric changed? Very simple. One Super Bowl. No. It's the first thing you said was what? What? How did he even move? What he did at that position. To me, Jim Brown, Walter Payton. There's a list of Damian Thompson, Emmitt Smith. There's a bunch of guys waiting to be named. Even Eric. Like, guys are very, very good. Then we look at the receiver position. Jerry Rice sticks out of everybody because that's just yards, Super Bowls, Montana, Steve Young. These are guys that he potentially dynasty. Yeah, this is what he received that from being a part of it. Then you go to Tom Brady. Immediately this Super Bowl. To me, one of the greatest, or if not the greatest quarterback, is Michael Vick. Michael Vick was the very same at the quarterback position. He was. We've never seen anything like that. When we're talking about greatness in a position, Tom Brady could not mimic that. Well, that position. Yeah, I think that differs just because when you talk about the quarterback, Mike Vick was one of the kind, changed the trajectory of football, especially the position. How we see now a lot of mobile guys, a lot of he broke through. But it's the passing, right? Quarterback range in accuracy, precision, and win game, and weapons, and style of play, and consistency of coaching. That go from West Coast, you go from all of the different styles Mike had to go through, with all of the different coaching he had to go through. He still maintained one thing: his style of play, electrifying. That's like going and taking Barry Sanders and taking him to the 49ers. It's like taking him to the Cowboys. Like what would have changed in his career, if he would have went somewhere where he could have won, right? That's a lot of people. So I always say Tom Brady, he gets a pass based on history. We don't really do a deep dive in why we put him in front, other than I think he has one of the greatest minds, because he dissected the game. Bill Belichick helped him understand the defenses. But I look at Aaron Rodgers, I look at Dan Marino, I look at Steve Young, I look at all these different quarterbacks, and I look at Randall Cunningham, I look at Steve McNair, I look at Donovan McNabb, I look at Michael Vick, and I'm like, who electrified and changed the position? When you're talking about, this is what you have to have now.
But Tom Brady also had 20 years of elite football versus Michael Vick had injuries, a 2-year suspension of I think there is.
You say is he a runaway GOAT? Not to me. My GOAT is Joe Montana. I love Joe Montana. Grew up watching Niners. Way that the reason he doesn't have 7 Super Bowls is because of the way they was hitting his ass back there. And the Giants took him out that playoff game, and the Niners lost, and they should have went to another Super Bowl if he didn't get knocked out the game. So Tom Brady does benefit for a lot of rules that have changed along the way that benefited him greatly. And you can't really touch the quarterback, can't get around. And it's especially good in his latter years, right? I mean, the hits would really put him down if they were allowed to hit that. Right. So Joe Montana to me is all you can make that case. It's a 4-0. Yeah, 4-0. So Cody and quarterback. Yeah. So as far as slinging the ball, skill sets inside that pocket, the things that Michael Vick had as far as his ability to play in that pocket and throw that long ball. Yeah. Throw the short ball. Really have precision. Similar to a Cam Newton, I think Cam was underrated in the pocket, but he wanted to run. I think a lot of those guys that are mobile want to run more than they want to pass because they know that their running is more elite. I have a bigger advantage. But I've always thought that Michael Vick he was capable. Yeah. He was a very capable passer. Yeah. It was the system. Yeah. And Michael Vick wasn't a running quarterback that could sometimes throw. He was a two-dimensional quarterback. Don't get it twisted. He could throw from in the pocket, he could throw from off the platform. That was his superpower, though, was being able to find the secondary play. If the initial play breaks down, he didn't panic. He would scramble and use his legs if he needed to, but he'd also keep his eyes downfield and make some of those big-time throws. And so he's preaching to the choir. I wanted to be Michael Vick growing up. I had the big cleats. I had the 3-bar with the skull visor in middle school. Like, I wanted to be him. I had a poster of Vick in my room. You know, that was who I wanted to be growing up. But I think back to the Tom Brady point, you know, obviously longevity matters. And if you play that long, you're going to put the numbers. But what he did for 20 years, he was the one constant. The offensive line would change. The coaches around him would change outside of Bill Belichick. The receivers would change. The defense would change. All these different guys that he played with, but the common denominator was Tom Brady, and he still took him to 10 Super Bowls and won 7. Because if you have, you know, the greatest player, in my opinion, of all time at the most important position in the NFL, which is quarterback, you can win and make up for some of the deficiencies on your roster, like the Patriots had some of those seasons, but he would still get the most out of those guys. I think that's what really separates him, is the longevity and the high level of play that he continued to show even later on. Yeah, Rashad, I appreciate you bringing up Michael Vick. I know him very well. He revolutionized that position at Virginia Tech. That's when the breakout was started. And to your point, Cody, about arm strength, he had a cannon hand. It was spectacular. But when you evaluate the position you played at a high level, in the end, what's the number one attribute of successful quarterbacks is accuracy. It just always comes down to accuracy. Yeah. Joe Montana was as accurate as there ever was. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Joe Montana was underrated mobile because in 81 he could run, man. When I say accuracy, you mean completion percentage? Just being able to put it right there. You're talking about okay. So Michael, as big an arm as he had, he was good but not great with accuracy, and it cost him a little bit because he also had the identity crisis of should I go? Because he just, listen, he was as close to Barry Sanders as I ever saw as a runner with the football, right? When he got broken field, when he got open field, it's like over there, right? So I give you all the above that he opened doors that would have never been opened for Lamar and anybody else you want to talk about now. And again, if he hadn't gotten waylaid in the middle of the run, if he could have stayed on that trajectory without the prison sentence in the middle of it, man, it was hard. He came back. He showed you so much of that. Really, man? Boy, really? He was, because Andy Reid said, no, I want him. Listen, I got a cycle rolling right probably back to the highlights of my career. Oh, there you go. How many people get on? I was in cover 3. I can't remember. I was in Cleveland. And was the game in? It was in Cleveland. Okay. Yeah. Wow. And what was he? An Eagle by then, or what? He was the first guy. And to your point, you know, also when it comes to quarterbacks and who's the GOAT at that position, I think it's different than
receiver, running back, because when you look at a receiver and a running back, you're not really looking at their win-loss record. That only follows around two people, the head coach and the quarterback. So that plays a big factor when it comes to receivers. I want to know how many catches you have, how many yards you have, how many touchdowns you have as a running back. What were your yards after contact, how many attempts you had, your average, your touchdowns, all those things. At quarterback, yeah, we look at the stats, but that big number, that win-loss number right next to your name, there's a lot more weight than other positions.
So I wanted to ask you guys, I feel like it's a fair question for the audience. You have to understand the difference between how we look at running backs, because I think everyone feels the same when it comes to Barry Sanders, 1, 2, or 3. He's in the top 3. That's on 15,000 rushing yards. Like, you got a guy who's really good, and we see it. You look at the film, and you're like, how is he not a top, right? Yeah. Then you look at receivers. I look at Terrell Owens, I look at Randy Moss, I look at Chad. Yeah. I look at Megatron. I look at all of these guys. It's like Megatron goes literally take for take. Yeah. Michael Irvin. You got to put Michael Irvin in there. There's so many guys. Yeah. Right? There's so many guys. And then you go to the quarterback position, and you say, well, there's one guy who won more than all of them, that has won more consecutively than all of them, who has a more consistent coaching and system than all of them. But then there's so many guys that are just really, really good that you're like, damn, what about him? But what about him? And then we look back and we're like, well, Tom Brady gets the exception. He gets the exception because of the championship. It's how he got to the championship. Meaning in critical moments of the game, what happened to the decision. Tom Brady is not the person you want with the ball with 2 minutes left. What? Facts. He is the person. I mean, on defense. Like, yeah. Oh, you want to do that? Wait a minute. It's like, I want to see Tom Brady in 2 minutes left, like down 3 or down 4. It's like, hey, we got to do something. Like, whatever we got to do. That was a big championship. It was. I thought that defined it. That slammed the door. And especially what happened with the Patriots after he left. Now they're back to where they need to be now, but as soon as he left, you saw the ripple effect of how it. Could I sum this up by saying the most impressive thing about Brady's resume to me is how great he was in the 3 Super Bowl losses, because he never stunk in one of them. Yeah. But think about the first loss to Eli. He did what you just said. He drove him 80 yards and hit Randy Moss with a touchdown that puts him ahead by 4. So now the Giants need a touchdown, not a field goal, and Belichick's defense allows Eli to go 75 yards in like 14 plays. He gets away with the eyes. But he did. He gets away with the helmet catch. But he had to hit Plaxico for a touchdown to win the game, and he did. So Brady, with 2 minutes left in the game, did exactly what you said. Patented, like vintage. Here, did this, and then Belichick spits it up. And then against your Eagles, and the first Eagles, hey, it's not small enough. The first one was the one they won, but the one in Minnesota. Yeah. Remember this? Yeah. Tom Brady throws for a playoff, not a Super Bowl record, an all-time playoff. It still stands record of 505 yards, and loses 41-33 because Belichick's defense gives up 41 points to your backup quarterback, to Nick Foles. Okay, what did Brady do? I know he had a couple of glitches in the game, but 505, 505, I don't know, right? Yeah. And then the second Eli Super Bowl, he hits Wes Welker up the seam. Remember this? And maybe it's a touch fine, but it hits him on both hands, and if he catches it, we might be having a different conversation because Tom might have 8 Super Bowls, right? Right. Okay. You could say that, but it's also okay. Take more facts. But you know what? In the Seahawks game, they're down 10 going in the fourth quarter to the Legion of Boom. And he threw for 124 in the fourth quarter of that game and 2 touchdowns. So he does what he had to do to put them ahead. And then you got a break. But to that point, I mean, we could argue we didn't rank the two for station. We did. What the rest of it? Now, whether it was a play call, okay, what are you got? And not, didn't go about the coach. I'm closing, yeah. What was on the station in the nation?
All right, guys. Yeah, let's move on. What we do know is we're going to throw things up. First elimination, Tom Brady he has to go.
So I think he's done. I want to question everybody. Because he got very standard, I think.
All right, let's move on though. Okay, we know the next drama is not practice, right? And that all happening. And now, are we potentially going to go through that again? Because there's some things going about how good contact because they just restructured it, okay? So one of our own underdogs, we have got the
This is a rematch.
playing the situation for it. So this takes 5 days contact, usually untradeable in the front, and there's a serious thing that will be practicing up to 5 days in rotation to win the game. Question mark. So this is interesting. Miles Garrett obviously just got a massive deal with the Browns. Now they're restructuring it. So, TJ, do you think the Browns would actually trade Miles Garrett?
Absolutely. They want to trade Miles Garrett. This ain't no bug. No one in this NFL is untradeable.
Yeah.
No one in the NFL is untradeable. And if you're Miles Garrett, having 23 sacks, the record and all that, you still haven't won a playoff game since you let go of Baker Mayfield. So his position, although he's amazing and probably the best at doing his job in the league, it doesn't translate to win unless you have a great team. Now, if he was going someplace that was already stockpiled and he was one more piece, I'd trade for him in a heartbeat. He needs that very but if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have an offensive line, you don't have a poor defensive line.
Looking downfield, it's Green.
And the Browns are trying to put that together. That's a losing record with the greatest defense.
It's easy to play defense when you can do this. When you can get to the quarterback quick and make him make a decision quick, it makes it easier for the secondary, for the linebackers, for everybody on the field.
And if I can't win games with two, you're not helping to win games.
And this one will be stopped for no gain. The Badgers come to the line in the hurry up.
I'm safe. And that's just me. The Miles is an excellent player. Don't get me wrong. Excellent player. But he can help somebody else win way more than the
Fires to the wideout. Got his man downfield. And they'll bring him down after the long completion. A chunk play for the offense.
And that is a backbreaker if you're the defense, because you've done your job up to that point. You've set up the offense in 3rd and very long. You know they're going to throw it. You cannot allow a guy to get open that deep down the field for an explosive play. Somebody's going to have to answer for that when they get to the sideline.
And there was nowhere to go, just stopped in his tracks in the backfield.
And it's a great play by the defensive end. The most athletic players on the field play defensive end. Yes, you heard me, Jace. Reese. Exactly what I said. Great get off. Great job getting the backfield, making the
Defense and getting it down to the 24.
And then that recent year where they make the playoffs, and they're like feeling good about themselves, get rid of Baker, now it's back to
your
stuff.
role means knowing that you're going to hand
And
the
it's
football
like
off.
the quarterback
You're going to be a
position
play action
is
team and pick and choose your spots, but it won't be an offense as Wisconsin that is opening up. It's throwing the football 30, 40 times a game.
you're like, well, at least that. It's be at some point where you have good that was solid, just pass a little bit, and it's more effective than pass rush, but when you can get off point and get more dynamic,
and they talked about it this week with us. They talked about wanting to start this football game fast. Nothing like taking the opening possession, using your script to your advantage, and then getting closer and exerting the physicality, running the football in, off to a hot start for this offense.
And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return.
If you're going to stick with the good, if you're going to stick with this mindset, I can't make it. You got two dynamic players. Go get a receiver that
to depend on real slowly with your defense, building back up. I think that you could make a game-changing decision with the organization. It's very good. You're going to
Takes an easy throw in the flat. They got him down at the 40 after he ripped off 15 yards.
And that's why for the offensive coordinator, you've got to find as many ways as possible to get this guy going. Just get him the ball close to the line of scrimmage. Doesn't need to be a throw deep down the field. He's so dynamic when he has the ball in his hands. You saw it right there.
Starting this drive like that is exactly what they'd hoped for. Now first and 10 from the 40. They'll run it from the gun. And the Rebels want to pick up the tempo.
And the offense with a nice run, breaks off a little bit of run, gets a first down. Oh, and here they go again. First down, you've seen this. They like to go fast.
I think right now is the most dominant season because of the result. I think they don't expect there's going to be no anything on the credit. They have a very round roster on that side of the ball. Top 5 years after the sports, they have an easy.
I love the idea of getting this guy screen throws because of his ability after the catch. So nice job getting downfield, getting a hat-on-hat, and giving him a tool to run through.
Quick touchdown to the receiver. Breaks the tackle.
I think they're going to go wide receiver. I think they're going to go what is Kingsbury want to do? They trade Miles Garrett, and obviously they're going to get Kingsbury, and they're going to full on rebuild. But those two centers, they've got top 5 people right now. Don't do the draft. They just go out there and a couple more games in 2026, and then it'll come up to 2027 for some of these young guys. They play with them in the the big list here is you said that they were more focused on him than winning the game. Yeah. They didn't have two guys.
Looking to throw, it's Carr. Unloads to the right. And he'll go. Just short the goal line, and they've got it right on the doorstep. How valuable is the tight end in the red area? Now they're set up with a first and goal.
I love it. Find the big fella down in the red area. Big target. Works the middle of the field. Easier throws. Nice job by this offense. Keeping it very simple.
As we come to the end of the period, Wisconsin has the lead. Guys, let's have a look at the stats before we wait for the period. They are lined up and ready to go and get things started here in the second.
That timer in my head. I can't go 1 to 2 to 3. I'm 1 to 2 to oh shit, throw away. Oh shit, take off and run. It's a sack fumble. That's the, thing. That's what Miles Garrett brings to the table. We won that early start game. Beat the Browns.
Starting off this quarter, close enough to smell the goal line.
Okay, so for example, all they offensive goal leaders.
And he never had a chance, just stuck it as soon as he got it.
They marked it in. You have to turn it off the back, right? You have full conflict. He's throwing all the people. And at that point, he was at his impact. Right? He was, what you do is Super Bowl.
Tight end, I love it down here because he can act like he's he can slip out and get open, and then he's got that big body he just throws over, and he does the rest.
Extra point here would tie the game.
In that series, I'm looking, they want to playoffs in front of God. Does make this interesting, very intriguing, all the speculation is if you look at what they did, it just screams we're going to trade him, even though Barry came out and said we're not going to trade him, we're not accepting the smoke news that they're going to not trade him. They're 100% not trading him.
They're set to kick it off, and this crowd now ready to get
but
behind
by
them.
losing this going back, when teams do that, that normally opens the door for them to make offers because basically what they did is instead of paying this would have been on March 25th and Wednesday a large sum of money, they pushed it back 4 months, so now they have more time for whatever reason. They said it was
Here comes the Wisconsin offense onto the field. They took advantage of outstanding field position the last time they hit it, and now they'll have a little more work to do to get on the road.
I don't think they will. One more thing too with that I think is important is that by restructuring their contract, by doing what they did,
Looking for room. It's Robinson. Good search up front. Getting the 4 out to the 18. And the Badgers racing to the line of scrimmage.
Nice job being gap sound by this defense. And here you go. Watch what this offense does. They'll get right back on the ball, and they'll do it really quick, so you got to be prepared.
Through the air. It's Green. Spins it out to the back. Grab near the marker. It's Robinson. Makes the stop at the 33, but it's a 15-yard gain. And the center downs get started from the 33, first and 10. Running back searching for a hole.
This nigga just pinballing off the shit.
How nice is it in an offense when you can generate explosive plays by running the football? You got to force feed this guy, man. He is an absolute game changer.
He'll have to check his feelings after that lick, but he did get the first down.
Wow. 4 plays on this drive by the offense. They already got 3 first downs. We knew they had a lot of playmakers coming into this game, and they're showing that right now. This defense is going to have to make a play at some point here and stop the bleeding.
And there was nowhere to go. Just stopped in his tracks in the backfield. The clock winds down to 2 minutes, and we will take a pause for the 2-minute timeout. Back up now here, 2nd and long. Here's to the middle. Will be run out of bounds, but we've got laundry on the field. Let's see what that's about. The officials offer the deal, and the coaching says that they will take the penalty. Now on 2nd down. And off from the shotgun.
If I'm Jerry Jones, I'm looking for a lifeline. I'm looking for a family mindset. It's on silver platter that I can basically reportedly has tried to match price. United States now jumping. They'll do it associated on that's the magic number in the NFL. Look at all the free agents left on the list.
Badgers come to the line with a fresh set down. Leaves it with the
all of a sudden they're saying,
He's wrestled to the ground at the 15-yard line, and a big red zone opportunity here. Picked up 2 yards on that last when they need 8 on 2nd down. Looking to pass, it's Green. Let's go to the end zone.
In the shadow of
White trying to get it. He's run out of bounds after the big game, and they are in business with first and goal.
This slot receiver gives defensive coordinators nightmares. You have got to double him virtually on every pass play. He better have safety help over top. Otherwise, this guy's a threat to score every time they throw the ball.
And the Badgers trying to get a touchdown on first and goal. They'll go with it right snap. Followed by the defense at their first of the half as they'll make some adjustments.
If they don't take 2 lines, you know,
Looking for just 1 more yard. It's 2nd and goal.
this year, that's necessary the year after. They got 2 right now. What's that?
Really nice physical running that time. Pushed up front by the offensive line. Gets the touchdown. They now take a 1-possession lead here with just a little bit of time left in the first half.
They're coming up to tee it up for the kickoff. And the last score is a real buzz coming from this crowd. And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25. This late in the half, here's the question. How aggressive will the play calling be?
You're right. They got drops right now. I heard most of the guys do.
Looking downfield on first down. He took a shot, trying to deliver that football, and it'll be 2nd down.
This offensive line's got to do a better job. I mean, he doesn't even have time to go through his progressions. You got to give your QB some time. You got to make him feel comfortable. They didn't. They got in there quick, fast, and in a hurry.
He wants to change this route.
Give me a scenario. So you got the board, you got Clown, you got Warner, you got Khalil Mack, you got Von Miller, you got a bunch of guys that were down.
We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. Probably the toughest call on the play sheet. 3rd and long. Ball's at the 25.
The best player.
Wide receiver going in motion. Wide play action. He's going to let one fly down the middle. That one will be incomplete, and we are down to 10 seconds to go.
Well, the offense is doing their best to try and at least get into field goal range here at the end of the first half. So they take a vertical shot down the field, but give the defense credit. Lots of eyes back there on the quarterback. They're able to break on the ball and make sure that throw falls
He made the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your one-core unit. One more snap coming before halftime.
Into that, and just start throwing for 400 and 300.
With regard to ground game, only one down in this one, 5 way ahead. The Badgers will kick it away to start the second half.
The door does not have the experience resume of
And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return.
go in and win. He don't need years to feel it out. Is he a potential talent?
Rebels offense is back on the field. If they're going to get on top in this game, they're going to have to find a way to get the running game going in the second half. Great soaking, great starts.
Defenses got a good lead on what they're doing, especially if they mix it up a little bit. So I do look for a little second half running the football power at this point.
And I think the thing, Dave, is they just got to be more physical. I don't think this is a scheme question about trying different running plays. I think it's up to the big fellas up front. They've just got to make the decision if they're going to be tougher here in the second half so that they can win this game.
We're trying to figure out a lot for him that can build around and got at potential 4 years from now. But that was my point. Skip said
It'll be 3rd and long.
I agree he does. So I still think there's value. If it doesn't work this year, go into the draft. And we'll have progress next year. Maybe first time he's run in 2028. But it's still going to get two first, a player, maybe a second. His value's not going to change. With his own side over the next couple of years. Even though he's 30, he's still back there.
One of the reasons this offense is so exciting to watch
He's the height and I'm still saying they don't build.
if this quarterback gets through his progression, David, hits on his stride, these guys will take it to the house.
And it's your job to do the rest, right? You hit me in stride, I don't have to stop running. I don't break down. That makes it so easy. The connection between the quarterback and the wide receiver, you can tell this is a good one, and that's why they got 6 on that play.
After that latest answer, tied things up, just about set to kick it away again.
Miles Garrett himself agrees to it, and you're saying that that's his hometown.
Coming out with it, it's Williams. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee. It's just
right now.
tough to think teeth.
Yeah, right. We need a stronger.
Here comes the Wisconsin offense to go back to work. That touchdown lead they had has disappeared, and now we have a whole new ball. Breaks it up. An explosive win in the running game as he's got the first down. And the Badgers will hustle to the line.
And how about the running back, man? Rips off a big play. This offense creates some momentum, and what they do, they keep their foot on the gas right back on the road. They try to keep this offense rolling.
And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They're running from the gun. Works his way to the 41, and that is plenty to give him a first down.
Well, the defense is on their heels right now. They're going to have to find a way to stop this guy. But he's got a head of steam. Boy, he is hard to bring down.
We're going to bring the power.
The Badgers have it with a 1st and 10. Back to throw, it's Green. Going for it all. And he reels it in inside the 30. Finally corralled, but not before. He picks up the first down.
how about the offense setting that play up? We've seen earlier in the game a couple shorter throws, just trying to suck those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating that they would get an opportunity to take a shot. They called the perfect play at the perfect time right there.
This defense continues to do a great job of not letting a great athletic quarterback make big plays on them. Great job pursuing him, keeping him in that cage, not letting him get out the open field because we know he can do some damage. Nice job by this defense so far.
It's second and long now as this defense has some energy after that last sack.
In the middle of that line, right?
Out of the gun, now running inside.
We hear baby.
If we were bad on
It's a makeable field goal from the 29-yard line. Let's see how aggressive they are.
Get rid of them. We don't say he's got a top 5 defense right now. Not a lot of teams can say that. Offensively,
Looking to throw it, he needs a choke play.
I think they're right now. They prove that they can progressing and actually go over the top off right there for that guy. It's over the lane. Yeah, we can build a
Big screen time.
pretty quickly. Now we haven't seen good shots after the back. But they're not there for the automatic going to
I tell you, when this drive started, the defense thought they had them in a hole.
You said big screen time. Hell yeah, bro. This nigga right here, I think this is my 3rd time playing. This nigga, it's all predicated off of time. But his receiver's too fucking fast to run me.
And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25.
Look at all these defenses. They have guys coming from both sides. Barber, Texas,
You in squads.
everyone has 2 guys.
From the gun, they will give it on the inside. Gets him across the 30 to the 31.
Nah, I'm playing ranked.
The Rebels moving quickly to the line.
And you're seeing the offense now mix up the tempos. After a successful run, they're now going green.
Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive.
Okay, well, I know you have to get further with this. Let's move on. But the guy is divided just like you guys tonight. This is 50.
Third down, a lot of times it comes down to not necessarily who's the most open, who do you trust the most?
No, it's not about the X's and the O's. It's about the Jimmys and the Joes. And when my guy's better than you and I get you matched up out wide,
High ball, high ball, high
Out
ball.
of the box. This is pretty crazy. It's going to
if they're going to pass the football and that's where they're going to live, well, I'm going to live and die. I'm going to bring more defensive backs on the field so I can cover more of these speed guys that they have out there. Great job by the defensive back, breaking on the football, making the INT, making the DC look very smart.
To the air, it's Green. He tosses one high and deep down the left side.
This bad. Tell me, this nigga the truth.
You can't get momentum in a game any better than they just did. Defensively, you get the turnover. Right away, your offense jogs on the field. You take a shot deep, you hit it for a touchdown. They've got a lot of explosive playmakers on this offense. You saw it right there.
And the extra point is
And I think I played recently.
as we come to the end of the period, Wisconsin has the lead. They built a comfortable lead after 3 quarters of play. Let's take a look at how we got here. As we start the 4th quarter, it'll take a pretty sizable comeback to win this one.
It's like 22 something. Like Dickerson and Saquon was about to break the record. He's sitting on hands and knees like, oh,
This ranked.
Yeah, right? So
Yeah, this ranked.
We'll open up the final period.
We can't go 50. Can't come in just
Looking to throw on first down.
Okay,
Oh, he's going to try to get it all here.
What?
That'll be incomplete, man. That would have been a big hitter on first down, but second down's coming up.
And this is going to fall on the quarterback's shoulders here in the fourth quarter. You're trailing. It's a close game. You are going to have to complete some balls. You're going to have to make some big-time throws in small windows under duress if you're going to bring your team back and will them to victory. If you complete there, obviously, but expect
Bro,
them to continue to
did I
flow
not
and
make
try to
myself?
get better down the road.
And the Rebels come to the
Nope.
line on
I
third
didn't
and
even
short,
make
trying to
myself,
keep
but I
the
seen
drive
this nigga.
alive. Wants to adjust the pattern. They're going to go to the air.
What's the record so
You gotta
far?
sit it out. It's like, yeah, we get it. You're cold.
What's the record for?
After that incompletion, fourth and short now on their own side of the field, I think there's a lot of coaches in normal circumstances that would stay conservative and just punt the ball.
My record, I think I just hit 90 wins.
Taking my name, that's why they have me the jersey in the rafters. Yeah, and somebody wants to wear that jersey. Or like how Randy Moss.
Bro, what? Every time I play this nigga team, the quarterback do dumb shit.
Relax.
I think I would have
Yeah, fuck you, nigga. You don't gonna force me to quit.
It
You gonna
doesn't
play
get better
just
on
because you keep
defense. You
doing
know
dumb shit.
exactly the situation in the fourth quarter. Everything in your favor. Don't let them make big plays. How about you make a big play? Nice job. Get the interception.
I mean games played today.
Oh, I think this is my fourth or fifth.
Face with tears of joy funny ass.
Gotta get the stop. So we're playing run. We're selling out to run because we're thinking they're going to run.
Yeah, this is like my fourth or fifth
Three
game.
timeouts. Let's use them wisely. Let's use those timeouts. Save as much clock as we can. So the offense can get some time on the clock.
And the last thing they need is to squander this great field position facing a third and long.
On any given night,
This field goal try to make it
he
a
was like a
three-score
sorcerer
game
in the
late.
lane.
Yeah, you missed it.
Shot.
The attempt is
Beautiful to watch.
good.
No one
Missed the field goal,
no
but
one
still a
feels
two-touchdown lead at
me
14.
too. Just go stand and get
UNLV ready to go back to work on offense. They were really aggressive going for it in their own end last time and put them in a tough spot, David.
Yeah, aggressive, reckless. They got to find the balance with this offense to really be productive. And last possession, they went for it. They rolled the dice hard, and it didn't work out.
Rebels in the hurry up.
And in this situation, right, when you need two touchdowns to win the game, everything's going to have to be downfield. So I like the idea in this 2-minute drive, throwing it that way. Let's keep it going, keep our pedal to the metal here.
The offense gets a quick timeout.
I'm telling you, this nigga be hacking. Couldn't even say hype just now.
Setting up shop at the 46, first and 10. He might want another play. Off-play action on first down. He uncorks one deep. It's picked off, and they ruin the drive with a turnover. He goes down after the short return.
I should make that shorter.
And Wisconsin has its offense back on the field.
At least, if you know, he could have called you and said, hey, we're thinking about borrowing this name. And you said, I know. You know, I'm honored, but you got to ask the
Well, the offense obviously already in bad field position. The defense can smell blood in the water. Just look at the defenders pin their ears back and get after this quarterback. Wow.
Caleb does the ice and the thing. That's not original either, because the original Russian was the first one in year 4. You know, I got ice in my venom. And now, Austin Rivers just sort of made it pop really good, but he's doing all of them started.
Fight, Chris.
So there's nothing
That's what your bitch ass get trying to force quit me, nigga. Shit ain't happening.
I've been saying I supported him being the first overall pick, but originality is the key point in this game. You gotta come up with something new. And usually, you can't come up with it. Somebody else has to do it before you, right? It has to happen just naturally, organically. Just, it's like, oh, dude, right? Okay. Whatever. And yeah, it's funny to me. I don't go back this far, but the origin of our campaign was when the place was a beginning quiet back in those ABA days. He had a teammate started calling him Oxford Jim.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening with my quarterback, dog.
George didn't like the connotation of it, and so he said, okay, I'm going to tweak it a little bit. I don't want the Oxford Jim, I'll just be Oxman. I'll be the Oxman and stop. Okay, so that was original.
That is fucking
And
terrible.
natural. He just took off and the influence was so cool and the fire and everything was expressive. Okay, well, so it's
Oh my god.
come up with something new, man. You know, you can do better than this. You know, the challenge you answer? No. Apparently the fire defense is doing comments. There are comments about
Yeah,
it.
just give me 10 RN.
About What's that?
So they move the sticks on the run. Let's see what they do with this one.
That's a bit. That's a bit.
The offense gets the timeout. 12 ticks left on the clock.
And
Defense is running towards the open.
I work to tell you to give me 10 push-ups. You ain't gotta work for it.
Too much penetration defensively, forcing
Dropping back, it's Reed. He wants it all.
And he knew this one was over already, but how about with an exclamation point to go with it? Another score for this offense. They've had themselves a great day.
Show how many picks you threw in TDS.
Oh, are we? I think I threw CBS. What's that?
Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be going on to protect this lead.
This is what happened. Google Iceland and King said, oh,
I think I threw 3.
is it trademark?
I'm talking about the stats after the game. I think I threw 3 though. I'm on his ass. I'm on his ass. But the record is because I've played him 3 times in ranked. Sweet. The only thing I'm missing is some top-notch receivers. Because if I can get one LTD or top-notch receiver, they got real low abilities, and then I can spread the more I got out.
So your whole game is stolen. Whether you can have the paperwork or not.
Oh my god.
And Taylor, you know, this one I'm trying to make. I was really started about
I hate seeing that fucking movie.
Maybe he don't know. Because remember, if he's not from the coach, he's taking it as an opportunity of branding. This is what we're in the culture. We're in the culture. I think that this goes to a little bit of this generation. I hate to say I'm, you know, like an OG, but it's like when you hear a song, right? The kids like, hey, you heard this new song? Like, turn it on. And it's a sample, yeah. Right? But it's the first song that, you know, it's this person's song. No, that's, but they don't know. They don't know it go back. They don't know how far it goes back. They don't know how far, so I will give it a little ignorance, I guess, but we're too modernized, we're too technologically advanced to be ignorant in this situation.
Yeah, I think we have a real opportunity right now to either stand up or not and be like, hey, I didn't really understand this. Yeah, and now I'm going to get a little bit.
You know what, I'm going to back up off the
for each
trademark. But if you, I mean, you $100 million quarterback. If you need to trademark that bad, go ahead. Well, just collaborate, man. Go collaborate with them. Give them a piece of the trademark, and y'all go into it together. I actually do our promos together. Iceman with the Iceman. Let me let me pass it down. Here go the torch. Iceman to the Iceman. Chicago Bears would love a new promo. Y'all need all. It's cold out there.
So Caleb Williams, if you're looking for a new publicist, Rashad is looking for a new job.
Don't hire me.
He could be your publicist right here. He's ready to go.
You know, you threw a pig for the game, right? Yeah.
think where everyone obviously had an issue with it was when he tried to trade. When he said, I want to make this nickname mine, even though it's been around for 40-something years with George Gervin. Also, Chuck Liddell was the Iceman, the legendary UFC fighter. So this name's been carried.
He had 4 turnovers, too.
Real quick, I wasn't offended by that because he was the first big UFC star. And it wasn't mainstream yet, so he didn't get that much attention being called the Iceman. Caleb's a big deal, man.
No, he is. National football. But I think that's why Caleb, in my opinion, didn't think it was a huge thing because, look, Gervin and Caleb, they're 50 years apart. Even Chuck Liddell is as long before Caleb was in the NFL. It's different sports. It's different generations. Might have just thought, hey, people are calling me the Iceman. I'm a businessman. He's been very vocal about that, wanting to be not only just a football player, but an entrepreneur off the field. Let's trademark this. Let's make some hoodies. Let's make some clothes. Let's make some merchandise. Let's help myself profit from this. And then, maybe bring some clothes and stuff to the fans. Let them wear some merchandise at the games. I don't think he meant it in a disrespectful way, but I do think he has an opportunity here to address it in the right manner, because Gervin did say, I would love to talk to Caleb one-on-one, and maybe we can figure something out going forward. So hopefully Caleb does take that opportunity to talk to him, and like Scott said, maybe they collaborate on some stuff, or maybe he does get the pass to do it and all that. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and shit on Caleb, man. I'm like I said, I'm a former UFC Soldier quarterback like he is. Just would like to see this handle a little bit better, hopefully going forward.
And he has quarterback, so I think he deserves a full day.
If you don't live up to it, then they're going to say he frees up every time. Hey, it's a free. Hey, freezing on us in the playoffs. Shit.
And as more as it is, branding, I think, like for him specifically, his sponsors need tagline, right? He paints his nails, came up short. You need a tagline to go into this year, positive, reinforcing that you guys had an explosive year, that you can take the next step. Iceman, Silver Surfer, whatever it is, you can piggyback off a lot of superhero scenarios. It being Iceman being the guy who was prolific.
Wait, Tego. My thing just showed what you said. Are you serious? You want 10 for each pick? That's fucked up.
Yeah, but I don't think
That's fucked up. That's what you want for real?
He's not a student of the culture to understand what it is. It's not feeling, but it is. And especially without a conversation with the guy that you're stepping on the toes of, you go into that situation saying, let's go talk to the Iceman.
Yellow.
And let's go. Yeah, definitely have no one like that.
You ducked.
And to make that clear, I fully believe George Gervin is the Iceman. That's who that is. I'm just trying to see it.
Wait till I go to your live, bro.
I think it was in a disrespectful manner. He just saw an opportunity there, and he's going to invite him.
Wait till I come to your live.
Oh, let's do it.
Oh, oh boy, you better not go live for some days. Cause your chest gonna be hurting, nigga. You ain't even gonna be able to hold the controller.
Because we were talking last week about obviously Puka being the next man up to be the highest paid receiver in the NFL. And one comment that Skip had made was that Puka isn't really drama, that they don't have to worry about it. And I was like, a little disagreeing.
Alright, so I did 10, so 30 more.
And then some things broke. So actually, Puka is being super assault and battery by what he says he made.
And then I'm gonna show you how I want you to do your push-ups.
And then put on his shoulder.
Rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
You were right.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
I think it needs to be moved onto the back burner. And let's see what the fallout is from all this. And then let's go into next season, because he still has 2 years left on the rookie deal, and watch his maturity or lack thereof.
That's how I want my push-ups from now on.
Because
so I can make sure you do every single one.
On the field, plays with such passion
And then, you know, I get bonuses and shit when I come on your live on Twitch.
It's a joy for me to
Oh,
watch
it's
him
up.
play football. And
Don't even worry about it.
he dominated as a receiver. Yes, and had the most yards, but he led in catches. He led the NFL in yards per game. And if he retired today, he would be the all-time leader in yards receiving per game. That's pretty great. So we don't have any doubt about that. I don't know what to say about these allegations. I know what he alleged, and I know what he denied, and I don't want to try it in the court of public opinion because I just don't know enough. But I do take the assault charges very seriously, and I take anti-Semitism extremely seriously because my wife is Jewish, and LA has a big, vibrant, strong, vocal Jewish community. And they won't love this, and they'll be watching to see how this shakes out. And to me, my issue with Puka is not on the football field. It's that he's a fifth-round draft pick, former fifth-round pick, who grew up in Provo, Utah, who seems to have been bitten by this social media bug, and that he wants to be a social star. And he went on the Aiden Ross podcast and was sort of tricked, I think, into doing an anti-Semitic gesture that he was not aware of. So I gave him a pass. We talked about it on the show. I gave him a pass for that one. But now I don't know for sure. And then he tried, this is what troubled me the most about his Rams behavior was, then he was on Aiden Ross's, and by the way, Aiden Ross is Jewish. And then he tried to get Aiden Ross into the Rams facility, and Sean McVay said, absolutely not. And then the most disturbing thing football-wise to me was at the end of the season, week 14, they beat Arizona, and after the game, he was in the locker room live streaming. And a number of his teammates said, stop it. You know, it's against the rules. Turn it off. And he denied that he was live streaming until one of his elder teammates, veteran teammates, said, just stop it, and made a big issue of it. And he said, oh, I wasn't really live streaming when he clearly was live streaming. He wants to be a social star. So that's disturbing to me for him. And I don't know if it's just rampant runaway immaturity on his part, but it doesn't go together with being the highest paid receiver in NFL history. So, yeah, I've got concerns. I don't have any concerns about how he plays the game of football because it is all out. It is just, I love to watch him play. I don't love this pattern of off-field behavior.
Oh, man. You have to have
longevity because he was just burning the
This is
candle
why I
at
hate
both ends as
noticing
hard as you could burn it up.
Well, when you have that on switch,
stupid shit
so it's
with
not
my
always,
mind.
you can't just turn it off, and that's what a lot of these people, you know how to, you
Now I
go
gotta
on the
switch all
field and
this shit on.
unless you're down.
difference in how admirable he is. Everybody idolizes this particular mentality, and you look at all the new guys coming up. And you're like, well, what do you take serious? Of course, you want to enjoy $170 million. You want to enjoy brand deals, new shoes, and all of these things. But how important is it to you? Where's your discipline? Like Tom Brady. Tom Brady takes it into account. Yeah, all that shit is cool. But winning these championships is a lot cooler. You know, being available and being consistent is a lot cooler. So we're rewarding guys too soon before they've shown a great mentality of discipline that they deserve, both the professional on field and professional off field. Can we interview you? Can you help hold a conversation without being a part of the culture too much, like an Anthony Edwards, right? We want you to be yourself, but do you have to say shit, fuck, and damn all the time, right? So it's like being trained media-wise to be professional and hold the conversation. I think those things are important. I think those are the most important, but the hypotheticals come into play when you say being burnt out. When you can be burnt out by the game off the floor, and you look back and say, man, what if Allen Iverson never did go out as much as he did? Yeah.
I think there's a way to balance it. I think, we always see Joe Burrow like a little paparazzi ability. He's out, he's at the cool events, he's doing his thing. But when do you ever see Joe Burrow in his drama? You don't. So I think there is a way to chill, and you could still live the life, enjoy your money, but you don't need to be fighting women in a club or.
Johnny Manziel. Yeah. Good one. Yeah.
That's a very good one. Let's move on now. So I want to get to another topic for sure. You brought up Aaron Rodgers. You were talking about him in the show. Let's get on to that. Let's get on to that topic because Mike McCarthy actually attended a celebration of life for the late Packers president. And at the ceremony, he spoke to Bob's son, Kevin Harlan, about the potential of Aaron Rodgers coming back to play for him again. This is something we talk about on the show a lot. Is Aaron Rodgers going to bring the Steelers? So he said, yes, it'd be a great story. I don't know. I would love to tell everybody there is breaking news. It's really cool to see Aaron at 42, to see a young man at 22 and all that he's been able to accomplish and where he's been at in his personal life and trying to make this decision. He's in a really good place, but I think he's in a really good place. So, no, not really an answer, but we all been wondering. So, Cody, do you expect Aaron Rodgers to play another year for the Steelers?
I do. Yeah, I think he will. I think Aaron Rodgers, especially after last year, will come back and have one final season in Pittsburgh this upcoming year. It's not going to be four-time MVP Aaron Rodgers like we've seen in the past, but I thought last year he showed enough and has enough in the tank to still go out there and win football games. And he went out and still at 41 years old, threw for 3,300 yards, had 24 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions, won their division, and also led them to a playoff appearance. And I think more importantly, yeah, he's lost a step or two mobility-wise, and that's something that he's really leaned on. But that arm talent is still there. He can still make every single throw on the field. He still has enough juice on the football to make those downfield throws, especially in cold weather like he proved late in the season. So I do think Aaron Rodgers will come back for one more year. Another thing on top of that is that the Steelers right now, looking at their roster, only have two quarterbacks. They have Mason Rudolph, and they also have Will Howard.
So who was actually pretty good for Ohio State.
He was good at Ohio State. And you know, obviously we know who Mason Rudolph is. He's a backup that can come in and win you some games. He's been in Pittsburgh before. There's still a question mark on Will Howard with a later round pick. Maybe they do like him and think they could give him a chance. If Rodgers doesn't come back, we'll see what happens. But right now, they have built a roster, in my opinion, that they think they can win with immediately. So I would think that they would, you know, expect Rodgers to come back this season and be a quarterback that they know what they're going to get with him, instead of having to go and play with a rookie or a second-year guy with a lot of question marks, or even draft, you know, a guy maybe in the first round. We'll talk about that maybe today or maybe another day about Simpson, or they get a mid-round guy that they think could develop. But even if they draft a guy this year, he most likely won't be ready to play from day one. So with this roster, I would expect them to have Aaron Rodgers to come in and want to play next year. The biggest question, though, is does he want to do that? Does he want to put his body at 42 years old through another season? He had a lot of injuries last year. He had the wrist, the nose, got the shit kicked out of him at times. They didn't have a great defense. The run game wasn't there. Does he want to go through that again for another year? But I think him leading them through the playoffs and getting close last year is going to give him enough motivation and some confidence to want to come back one more year and give it another shot. They also added Rico Dowdle in the offseason. They went and got Pittman Jr., two guys that can make an immediate impact. He's got some weapons around him. I think this all leads to saying that Aaron Rodgers will be back in 2026 wearing the black and yellow and playing for his former head coach who won a Super Bowl with 15 years ago. So I think we will see Rodgers this year.
I don't like it.
No.
It's time. I think it's just for at least the black and gold. I think they need to move on. Tomlin's gone. They moved on from Justin Fields. They moved on from Russell Wilson. They moved on because they want immediate results. What was that result supposed to be last year? Came up short. And I believe it was Rodgers' fault. I think that the expectation, along with what his resume holds, we were supposed to take it further. Tomlin was hoping that as well. Let's take it all the way to the end of the road so we can all depart ways. Maybe we win it all. This could be your last hoorah. Aaron, you don't even have to come back. Let's end it like, but I think now it's too far gone. I think Mason Rudolph, start over. Start fresh. You got the whole new, I mean, even bringing back the 15-year thing.
I am so confused, dog.
Coach, it's cool. It's cool. Sounds good. It's a good story, right? But we know that Aaron's past his prime years, he can manage the game. He can manage you. But when it's time to make those plays, right now it's not the same guy. I don't think it's the same guy. And I think that if you're the Steelers and you're going to move on from Mike Tomlin, you need to move on from Aaron Rodgers. You need to start completely fresh. I understand that the crowd and the audience wants the same expectation of the field curtain and all that kind of stuff. But Aaron is not the guy for the job. And I'm not saying retire from the NFL. I'm just saying let the Steelers rebuild. You know, go somewhere where you can actually have a chance.
Yeah. And I hear everything you're saying. My only pushback would be they went out last year and had the highest paid defense in the NFL. You know, still struggled heavily on that side of the ball. Rodgers, even late in the season, and that got to have a situation against the Ravens after having injuries. A big time throw after big time throw to put them in a position to win. Now, the Ravens did miss a field goal, and it could have been a different story, but I thought Rodgers did enough. Is he going to get him a Super Bowl? I don't know. That's the big question, but I think he still has enough left in the tank. They can be better on defense. They can run the ball well. I think he still will.
Aaron manageable, like, come on, one of the greatest of all time, and still being able to manage the game.
Yeah.
You know, you can see the experience. When I look at him in that pocket, I'm just like, you look at Shador, you look at other players that are younger, you're like, you don't have this patience. Where he knows where the ball's going to go. He knows where he wants to get it, but it's just, to me, the nostalgia is over for specifically the Steelers. And if you're going to bet on Aaron Rodgers, it needs to be in a Tom Brady situation. It has to be a perfect scenario. We're going to bring you in here. We got the receivers for you. We got the defense to keep you on the field. Like, let's just make it happen. Let's give it a one last chance. But at this point, Steelers, no, they need to rebuild. I think I disagree. I'm more leaning to Cody. I think this is the only place for Aaron Rodgers right now. I don't see him being able to go
I'm not
anywhere else.
understanding why
And
everybody
if
is
that
not in their
defense
fucking
play
spots.
any better than they
Like,
did
why is
last year,
Brentford spikes
bring McCarthy in,
everywhere?
where you're bringing a structured and a more manageable style of offense than he played in last year. I think last year they really relied, like you said, on that MVP Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. When Aaron Rodgers won Super Bowl MVP and was MVP of the season, right? McCarthy had a much more team reliant offense. Go in, run the ball, play defense, top defense in the league, or top 2 defense in the league that year, and be a methodical style offense where everything isn't on your shoulders. West Coast, short passes, let the receivers catch and run. You bring Michael Pittman in, you got DK. DK was underwhelming last year. Very underwhelming last year. You bring in Rico Dowdle in, who had a hot flash of about 6 or 7 games last year. Yeah. And then you have Warren again, who has his burst of, you can see what he's capable of, right? You got Firemouth, who I think is one of the better receiving tight ends in the league. Yeah. McCarthy is going to bring a rejuvenation of Aaron Rodgers where, hey, Aaron, I know you're 42 years old. You don't have to do everything. And I just need Aaron Rodgers to hurry up and show up, like Lee said. Get there. So you can start working. If you're going to come back, get there. We don't need the mystery. We don't need the New York Jets mystery you had. We don't need the mystery. If you're going to come and work, and we can get some work done. But if not, stay at home, because we're trying to build something here in Pittsburgh. If we're going to draft a quarterback, we're going to draft a quarterback. But we can draft a quarterback and bring him back, and he can learn from you for the next year, maybe 2. But I definitely think on the high end for Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers will bring Mike McCarthy back. The defense that they have, they can get deep in the playoffs in the NFC. I really do believe that. Even in the division, look at Baltimore. I don't think Baltimore really improved from last year. Cincinnati, maybe not. The Browns, you in the running to win a division. Yeah. DJ was living in Acts. Your Burrow's back, but their defense is still trash. What they put?
It's 20 million squared out, like you said.
They did put the money they did. You're right. They did. I like that. I did like that move from the Bengals. But I just see, maybe I'm having too much faith in Mike McCarthy. Call me, I just like his coaching.
Which I disagree.
What has Mike John played last year? He had Dak looking as best as Dak can look. Yeah, the playoffs started. That's Dak's fault.
So what, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to do exactly what they always do, get the playoffs?
I mean, I think they win the playoff game at least. At least. That's more disappointing than even getting there.
Here's the irony of this. I feel like our two ex-NFL players got this wrong, and our NBA player got this dead right.
Come on, man.
And before you start, just to clarify, you're a huge Aaron Rodgers fan, right? Yep. Just before we start.
Yeah.
Hey, call us about this. You got a 12 to get home, right?
We listened to an hour monologue
I'm excited to
feelings about it.
Hey, Michael Hart, he was like, now they take it makes sense.
You got me.
Let her rip.
All right. The doctor was in on this opinion, and you surprised me because early in the show, I thought you were trying to make the case that Aaron Rodgers was the GOAT above Tom Brady. I thought that's where you were heading with that. And Aaron Rodgers' legacy does not belong in the same stratosphere with Tom Brady's legacy to me, because it's been 15 years since Aaron went to his one and only Super Bowl. 7 and 10 last since then. If you look hard at this,
okay, so do I have a tough decision to make?
Aaron Rodgers has been done for 5 years. Just nobody will accept it and embrace it because they just keep giving him chance after chance after chance. And speaking of stealing money from team after team after team, because a key stat QBR, Aaron's QBR has fallen 5 straight years. In that last year in Green Bay, he finished 26th in the league in QBR, and then that one and only full season with the Jets when he went 5-12 as the starter, He was 25th in QBR, and then last season he was 23rd. But how did last season end? Well, you brought up there's a missed field goal that allowed them to back into the playoffs. And then I know it was the Texans defense, and it's just hellacious good. But this is at Pittsburgh on a Monday night. Aaron had a QBR of 15, this is 0 to 100, and they lost 30-6. He threw for a grand total of 146 yards and threw the interception and lost the fumble and got sacked 4 times. The problem with Aaron, to me, Cody, is he just lost his nerve in the pocket. And I get you get rid of the ball quickly, and that's all he ever tries to do is just I got to get rid of this. Because to win at this level in this league, as you well know, you have to have the guts to stand in and take an occasional hit and deliver an accurate pass. And if you just let him stand and fling it, yeah, he can still fling it, because Tom can still fling it at 48. You're not going to lose that. Tom or Aaron could be 55, and I promise you they'll still be able to throw it impressively. You could tape them and you could post it and say, look at Aaron at 55 years old. He's still got cannon, right? Yeah. Okay, we get that. But this is a whole different beast. And Mike McCarthy saying, it was interesting. You read that quote, and I watched the quote, and it seems like it kind of stuck in his throat when he was trying to remember he was at a tribute to Bob Harlan up in Green Bay, so he's trying to be nice, and then Kevin Harlan, Bob's son, may he rest in peace, Bob. But Kevin asked Mike, what about reuniting with Aaron? Because they're in Green Bay talking about this, and he said, that'd be a great story. Well, yeah, for a little while, then it would be a sad story at the end of the year, because I think it would end in a disaster. And I think Mike knows that because it kind of stuck in his throat to say, he's in a good place right now, but, he said, and then he said, he's in a good place right now. I think Mike didn't know exactly how to say what he wanted to say. I think in his heart of hearts, he knows that Aaron is washed, that he just knows that's not how he wants to do business, because Mike McCarthy could be on his last hurrah here, right? He well could. Yeah. And yet, to Cody's point, I wish I could say the alternative is this, but seriously, you'll laugh at this, but I would take Kirk Cousins right now over Aaron Rodgers. They would be a better team, because Kirk was pretty good last year. I like Kirk. Yeah, Kirk. I like Kirk. For them right now, I don't know if I would go that far, but I do like Kirk. But I'm saying, if you're going to go old, if you just say we're stuck and we don't want to do Mason Rudolph, if you just say, and it doesn't work out to draft Ty Simpson, we were going to talk about that. I don't know if we're going to get to it today. Getting close out of time. Yeah. But we'll get to Ty. We're going to be talking a whole lot about Ty Simpson, but I don't know if he's going to last the Pittsburgh draft pick. Right? No. And so if you're stuck and you say, well, Aaron or Kirk Cousins won his last 4 starts and was 10 touchdowns and 5 interceptions for the Falcons last year. He was pretty good. He's a little better at 38 than Aaron is.
What's the problem with my line?
Just to my eye.
The Falcons have a lot more weapons.
Well, obviously, although Cody made a point that
that's a fair take.
I like Cousins too, but I think I would still take it.
Yeah, and to that point, Smith, I feel like if that's the direction they wanted to go, they would already have made that move. I think they are,
by now they would have made that.
I think they're waiting to let Rodgers make that decision. Or he already knows the decision that he's going to make.
What the fuck is this?
Ready to come back. I mean, right now it's the offseason, so we can't do anything, right? They're not doing OTAs yet. They're got a month away for OTAs and fall camps in a couple months. So even though he hasn't said it verbally that I'm coming back, I think the Steelers are anticipating him playing there for another year, because to that point, if they thought Cousins was a guy, or they thought Rodgers was gone, they probably would have made a move for Malik Willis or Kyler Murray, or maybe some of these other quarterbacks who are going to be on the market. I don't know if they did exactly, but they could have potentially been more aggressive, because they have a roster right now that can win. I know they underperformed last year, but they have a roster that can win. They bring in a veteran coach who's won a Super Bowl before, about 15 years ago, but he knows how to get over that hump. I think they're in the business of win right now. If it doesn't work this year, next year, then we can rebuild or reset and go to a younger roster and try to get some more pieces going forward.
As an offensive weapon, I think that's a
Never say shit like that.
I think that's very formidable with the two backs. I love two back system, Dowdle, Warren. I
just like what they have right now. Offense to match with the defense you mentioned earlier.
I like Big Lebowski though.
So if I'm Mike, I'm leaving Dak Prescott, and I'm going to a new situation with a new team. And what Skip said is this could be my last hurrah. Yeah. Like, I'm grateful for how to do this again. Do I want to ride this one out?
Do I want to? But the alternative for Todd is do you ride it out with a guy you don't know what you're going to get with Peter Howard, if they draft Simpson, or even Mason Rudolph, who's been a backup.
I'm in control.
You try to really find that magic again.
I'm in control, and remember, trying to find that magic again is like going back to your ex. You know, you went over here and went over there. And look, we've seen Rudolph, like multiple times.
9-9-1 is their starting.
If they would have gutted their roster, if they would have gotten rid of a lot of players on that roster, if they would have brought in maybe a younger coach, then yeah, they'd say, all right, they're rebuilding. Let's get a guy of the future, maybe get a bridge quarterback, wait a little bit. But they didn't do that. They brought out
Oh my God, chat. This is
crazy. Defense, and they brought in a veteran coach. That tells me we expect Rodgers to be.
I don't think they brought Mike in for the relevance.
What is this, a new or something?
I think that they brought Mike in, like you just said, the conversation where he
Why is it saying ultimate legacy?
It was based on, I don't know if Aaron is our guy or not. Like, yeah, he might be ready, but I don't really care because I'm looking this way.
I don't know, something going on or not.
He has another 5 years of coaching. We got 5 more years with Mike McCarthy. That's going to be dependent on his first year. What we do is year one, we see as the Steelers head coach. Agreed. Does it look like you were going to take us further than where Mike left us off?
But then why did they try harder for many Steelers Connor Murray?
Well, I mean, because maybe those not the guys. Well, I really think that they don't want to put him in this draft at all, and they're waiting for next year's draft. So who would be a better replacement than to keep Aaron in-house right now, regardless of how the season goes? Because there's no quarterback
Oh my God.
in this draft.
I fucking hate this game right now. I hate this game right now.
So, I mean, it's going to be a two-part draft. There's a part to be nice, but they wouldn't get him if they make the playoffs, obviously. But, our expectations for quarterbacks are at an elite level right now. So, if you did say we brought somebody in, we would expect them to you would bring him in with a young quarterback that he could build with. Mike McCarthy, like you said, is on his last leg. If I'm going to bring in a young quarterback to start all over with, I'm not going to bring Mike McCarthy in. Like, I'm bringing somebody. I'm bringing this coach in with this team that's already, in place for Aaron Rodgers. And then once Aaron Rodgers leaves, then I'm implementing a top-tier quarterback like Tom Brady.
All right, so the guys are divided on the Aaron Rodgers topic. So hopefully we find out soon. Hopefully this man makes a decision, and Steelers make a decision, so we have answers and we can stop talking about it.
What is this?
We will be back on this couch on Monday. Enjoy your guys' weekend. Thank you so much for watching the Arena Good Arms presented by Underdog.
What have the Lakers shown you in the past few weeks? Consistency. We've been doing it all season. It's weird when everyone hits the panic button. I mean, we hit the panic button when they tied for third place all season. Because it says 6, but it's still tied with third, and then we hit the panic buttons. It's like we lose a game. The world is chicken little world. The roof is falling off. Jenny bust. And talk shit. Broad. We don't know who's playing defense. People getting called out. We smack a game like everybody else smack a coach in there. But we, in third. But, because Lakers is Lakers, everything seems and gets blown out of proportion. But, it seems like this team was built more for playoffs and a half-court style versus running up and down with the young boys. We do have a slow offense. It seems like if we can set up on defense, Lucas seems not to get taken advantage of as much. But, he is going to be the weak link on the defensive side.
with the right matchup in the playoffs, I think we can, we can get somewhere. It's all about position. It seems like we're going to be third playing against most likely Houston or Minnesota. I'd rather take Houston. I mean, I really don't. To be honest, I don't want to play against Kevin Durant on the other side and San Antonio on the other side. I mean, that is two dominant pieces. Like, that can really take over a game. Minnesota's Ant-Man will never get he can, but, you got to pick your poison. I really pick, Katie's side because they don't have shooters that can consistently hit game after game after game. So we're doing good. Taking third, nice little breathing room. Is that you taking any breath? I'm breathing. So Henry has been out last couple of games with the knee injury. Paul Tyler, Justin was picking up. I don't care who's in. I'm just letting you make the time breaker on the board. Yeah. All three of them. Yeah, so we're in third. We're in third. I like it. Niggas just gotta get a little squabble to their game, toughness. When you get picked on so much on the defensive end, you gotta look at like I think they was stuck to him on the defensive end. You gotta take that same approach to when you're getting talked about or you're getting hyped up and get a couple stops. That's the only way you can stop the bleeding on that side. I know you can do everything on the other side, but 3 or 4 straight plays, that says something about your character right there. You got to step up to the plate, do some foul, one foul, something. And that's the only thing I'm worried about. They expect to read too, but overall, I think the Lakers, we could go to the Western Conference Finals this year. I could see that for sure. Western Conference Finals, super great. And MVP. Just over to Mississippi. What are the Lakers saying these past few weeks? The consistency for sure. I mean, they've been playing well. Like I said before, for All-Star break, they needed to hit the panic button. I think against Detroit, they kind of let them put up the gas a little bit because Cade wasn't there, but, it was still a close game. They got smacked in that second quarter, came back in the third. But overall, I mean, with Luka, Luka is weighted down. The family's back across the water right now, so I think that's helping him and his mindset. His family. Yeah, and he has a chance right now to actually, he's actually competing for the championship. I mean, in Dallas, he wasn't really because it's not like the Los Angeles Lakers. So with him now, he's stepping his game up a lot way more because of what's across his jersey. To me. So Pistons were without Cade and these two Lakers were without Marcus Smart. We have some more just riding context. So I just didn't lose nobody. Yeah, Marcus was playing very well. That's for sure. We didn't have so we lost no key role players. I just accept it. One of the things for all 9 games. Luke Kennard, right? I just accepted that. Are you embracing Luke Kennard now? Yeah, okay. I just don't like Luke. I gotta accept it. He's a Laker now. He's tough. I know. Yeah. We cannot say it on the air right now. We don't want people taking on the good walk-up. Let's switch over inside the Conference King Lakers. 9-game winning streak. Now by the Pistons have been playing very well too, even without Cade. Role players been stepping up. What is this Lakers squad showing you in the past few weeks? We're dating hours last week. And we talked about them on Thursday, right? I had good things to say. Go look at their fucking tape. I have that tape. I got 2 weeks in a row. You're not going to do it 2 weeks in a row. These are just NBA topics. Not going to do it 2 weeks. Crazy NBA topics. Not going to game win. They did hit a game win. You got to talk about it. They were playing the same thing where they were last week. So over the weekend, like, the same shit. I saw Luke Kennard the game with you. Yes, I was out eating somewhere, and they had the game off.
family says, sit down with family, and get you I got you. Did you do it? No. He got check the footage. I thought they played well. I would say was on a win streak with 6 games last time we talked. Right? They won 3 straight, lost 1 since then. So the fuck, like they've been playing well. Like, yes, not cool. Not gonna become part of the Blaze and Lakers fucking thing. We're not gonna do it. Not yet. I praised y'all last week. I gave you was like, oh, you had something nice to say about all of that shit, right? And we gotta take you gotta take a little take our win. If you want that same nostalgia feeling, go watch that shit again. Mm-hmm. They were saying, well, I actually did watch it all weekend. You actually did. So, hey, you thought it was gonna be up to the watch again and be like, no, we're just moving forward. Can't again, right? You know, somebody say about the Lakers. One of the best players in the league, lost Spurs, lost the Thunder. No, it's not one. It's not going. Oh, you know what it is? You know what did happen? Superstar Nike store yesterday. I mean, NBA store yesterday. He bought the card. Got 2 plus cards. For real. What is that? Cat. Okay. Happy birthday to Cat. Happy birthday to Cat. Yeah, hey, they got one of them signed. It sounds like the home card. That's all the people on that. Kevin Durant in there. You got Curry in there. You got. But look how horrible I am as a dad, though. As a basketball guy, I separated. I put one pile over here, and the Giovanni, and the decent players over here in this pile. And yeah, you can use them to do whatever you want to. Oh yeah, good players over here. So I put Brian in a good pile. He was nice though. He was like, you can trade these. That's what I thought. He's gonna be worth something. They don't market smart. They just market smart. Put it in the good pile. So he didn't see me sign the little tabs around the house, right? You see me sign them. I'm like, you see this little thing right? You know the thing Daddy was signing that had this little thing. He's like, oh. Let's move on to the coaching side thing, but like, okay, that is very good news. That's a step in the right direction. Let's move on. The Dr. Rashad McKenzie, PhD. Todd, you high on Luka last week said he deserved to jump up a little bit in that MVP discussion. 9-game winning streak, I think 40 points per game over that stretch. Obviously lost to the Pistons, not the way you want to end it, but had 2 home road game against the Pacers, I believe. What are the Lakers do? We'll see. You got to get the Denver. What are the Lakers telling you in these past few weeks?
Aside from Luka, making his run for the MVP race, it's difficult to hear people say that the MVP candidate is a defensive liability on the floor. Be an MVP candidate in this day and age is kind of cringe. But I don't never think that the Lakers are playing great basketball based on how they're winning games. As I'm watching them win games, not like overwhelmingly like they're playing excellent. I think they're figuring out how to win down the stretch. I think that when you talk about the hoop side of it, Luke's playing all right. They don't really have drivers enough for me. I think just Austin Reeves being your only driver, getting into the paint, everything else is kind of make shots. If Luke's not making shots, Austin's not making shots, Luke is not making shots, they hit the water. DeAndre Ayton now has got to get it off the glass, so they don't really have any paint presence. And LeBron is kind of hit or miss, depending on how he feels. Like he didn't look like he felt like he wanted to play against Detroit. All the other games he showed up the way he needed to. I like the one game he didn't miss a shot. Maybe I think he missed a shot later in the 14, really, yes. That was one of the games I feel like he should show up like that all the time. Like, regardless of just like making every shot like that, but the way he played, as efficient as he played, if they can get that consistency from him, they can go far. But I just don't see the cohesiveness of beating a good team without an MVP candidate like Detroit. Like, they're going to be facing better teams than that. And to have your numbers, to know what you got going on as far as your offensive schemes, your defensive schemes, y'all play that little shitty ass zone against KD.
And it was up to them to figure that shit out, but I don't see that shit working. So, look what they are. Yeah. Look at the rest of everybody else. Yeah. The difference. So point differential. Yeah, so point differential is what he's making is they barely win the game. And it's like so it's glaring to me. Like I see it, it's like you gotta wait till somebody down the stretch to make a shot. And that's good. I mean, like you gotta win games the way you can. But just when you get to the playoffs and you got healthy teams, the Timberwolves, OKC, other teams that can be a threat, I think it's going to be a different atmosphere. And hopefully Luka gets it together. Like Slade was saying, the effort of trying to get a stop when you need it down the stretch against Tobias Harris or Danis Jenkins, you got to get a stop. And you can't put it together just because you want to get the ball on the other end. That's not going to work. But I wish him the best of luck. Yeah. I feel like Lakers went all in that Pistons game. I think Brown played 39 minutes with Reeves. Luka played 39, Reeves played 40. And then you lose, and then you lose. Then you lose on a team without the best player. We didn't have one of our best players. No. Why? Who we got? Marty Parker doing an amazing job. So stop the bullshit. But what you just said, though, Marcus Slade, they used all they could, like you said, play around 39 minutes. They really wanted that. They wanted that game. Like they wanted to continue the streak, but losing down the stretch like that is, that's different. Yeah, that's nasty work, man. So we got the juggernaut picture, 1.5 points. Everybody else, OKC is scoring 11. San Antonio is scoring people by 7.5. Lakers at 1.5. Denver at 4.5. Minnesota at 4. Houston at 4. So that's the. Yeah, I'm saying they are. But they're all in time third, right? Oh, they on time third. So it's the tiebreaker. They got the third. They got the tiebreaker with everybody in the third. But the point is he was making, yeah, they winning, but it don't look like it's the same thing we need. A lot of clutch games going down the wire, obviously. That's what's up. What it means, really.
All right, so let's go clean up our shit a little bit. Let's see if I just ain't tripping because I got some shit in my lineup. So if it's not in the lineup,
about the MVP candidate, this is not something new where only offensive player wins MVP. It's in the NBA. From whenever NBA started to now, nothing changed. There's only a few people that play both sides that won it. Magic has played even. Charles Barkley has played even. Steve Nash, Jokic, currently. Not going to put him in that. Dirk Nowitzki, not going to let you do that to your coach. It's much better depending on James Harden. Much better depending on his second. Much better than everybody he just named. I think it's much better than those guys. Yeah, much better than everybody but the offensive players that have won it. So, I'm going to give him that. It was one of all of them. I can tell you that for sure. Put that ball in that bucket. MVP. Yeah, never mind. But are you mad? I got to go. Yeah, he goes to chapter. Drop 60. Rick Rogan said, Luka continued down the next March. So during the Lakers 9-game winning streak, they averaged 40 points, 8 rebounds, 7.4 assists. During the Will Chamberlain, the only player in NBA history to average 40+ points per game over a 9-game winning streak. After that, Will don't count. That's it. Don't count. I mean, they count, but they don't count. The rules, the rules is different there. Right? I mean, I guarantee if I can just go, if everyone can just go 10, like if team can go 10, people shot and scored. Let's see. Offensive go-to. Yeah. I should be able to average 40 if nobody can jump up there with me. Are we discrediting Will's numbers? Well, if someone is tying Will, they should be in front due to the fact the
advantage he had was he got to offensively goaltend his teammates' shots to keep those buckets up. I said, you can shoot the ball, and he can just intercept it and score. I don't even know if they call that lobs, but he can just take it out the air, grab it, and put it back in. So, a lot of these players hated him because of that. So somebody's doing it right now. Holds weight. Can't do the free throws. You can run from half court and jump and then make a layup.
Luka shot that for 29 times. Yeah. So he shot it 29 times. 32 points. Yeah. So this is like, they said, I feel like I'm still things like that. Happens. When do games like that take away from like Brian? Brown shot it for 9. Yeah, I mean, he went scoreless in the first half. Yeah, like, man, you didn't really fit in, man. God damn. It's like y'all never played basketball before. Come on. Right? You gonna score this, you gonna score this, man. That's your problem. Hey, you LeBron James. I gotta hit you the ball. Yeah, get off the glass, run, do that LeBron shit. Do that, bro. Do that, bro. Oh, my God. Do whatever you do, right? Scream down the court, you supposed to see that. Like, damn, let me get my dog, let me get him a shot. Okay. So LeBron James, you get a shot. So if he was scoring, that's him just doing what he's just out there filling the game. Okay, 5 shots in the first half, did not make any. Oh, he did 5. Yeah, so he went scoreless for the 3rd time in his career in the first half. What? What? The first time? Third time in his career. And what? It all happened all this year? I'm about to say it all happened this year. It's been, it's not all this year. The first time we went 15 years, he went scoreless. 15 years, but 3rd time in his career. But 2, probably this year, right? The first year was this year. And I think this was, some of these shits is crazy. Oh, man, glad. That would be nice. But like I said, Luka, 40 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists over this stretch. Taking a mad squad to the finals. I don't think it's at the level of this squad. So it's not. What's the Lakers ceiling with Luka playing at this level? At the level they're playing right now? I mean, the ceiling is not. I mean, Chelsea's gone. The wife and kids is gone. The weight is down. It's looking. You said what's the ceiling? You said a small house? A small house. 1 story? Tiny house. You said the team wasn't as what as the other team? That's my personal opinion, but what you said, could you repeat it? Well, I said I don't think that Mavs squad was as good as this Lakers squad. Oh, you think that? No, Josiah, the expectations. That he took to the expectations. Yeah. No, the expectations isn't as high. The Lakers' expectations are way higher. But Kyrie wasn't a part of it, correct? This never seemed was better. No, I think, no, he shot that expectations. It just said it's not better. Kyrie better than all you. Yes. When else is different? Is Kyrie better than also even help? Is Kyrie better than Austin? Yes. Okay. Who's better than Brown on that team? At 41, no? As a third option? As a third option, Brown. You taking Jimmy Jones? What's it called? After the 3. After the 3, then. What do you say? We have after the 3 team. Yeah. After the 3, they have better players, but that Dallas team fit Luka. It was made for him. It was built for Luka Doncic. Tailor made for how he plays. 2 lob threes, shooters, defenders. So that's it's real simple. But the expectations of him playing with the Lakers is way bigger than him playing with Dallas. Oh yeah, that's what it. All he needs is it's 7 games. He's averaging 30. He's gonna average. He's gonna average 33, 35. Right?
Your rank is better than most FR that be really streaming.
Austin can be consistent and guarantee 17 or 23. That is enough. It's not enough. LeBron's gonna average 19 to 25 in playoffs. But that's not enough in the playoffs.
Boston Reed is not. You said any team is not y'all get swept. No. If listen, Austin Reed averaged 17 in a playoff series, y'all are getting swept. He said 17 to 23. Any team, anything with a team on the end of it, like what number 2? Yeah, LeBron got average. I think Austin average 20. I don't like the 17. I think 23. 20 like 23 in the playoff series. Yes. A lot of them got an average. I think Austin goes right. One of them got average mid-20s. Luka averaged 35 in the playoff series. Right? Any given playoff series, Luka averaged 35. Luka averaged 34. Yeah. Kyrie averaged 26. That's what it's going to have to be. Hardaway Jr. averaged 15. After 11. So Bron Washington 12. Bron points to be more than Tim Hardaway's third points. Well, we know that, right? Austin Reed averaged 26 or 24. People have to average 23, 24, 25 in the playoffs just so y'all have a chance. Anything in the teams, y'all ain't got a shot in hell to beat nobody. LeBron averaged. But either one of them in the playoff series got to do more. Right? Whoever wants to be number 2 got to finish. If both of them are averaging 19, 18, y'all can 22. Y'all can 12. That's not guaranteeing Luka averaging better than you. I don't think so. Anyway, playoff series, yeah. Everybody got it, bro. Everybody got the house. Any playoff series, any given playoff series, he will average 30. This is what. Who is stopping it? Nobody. Not this year. Nobody. He's going to get it. Unless he's playing Jaylen Brown. Shoot 12 feet. Unless he's playing Jaylen Brown in the first, second, third round. When Jaylen Brown, and he averaged, 29, 9, and 8. The best defense in the world when someone wins the MVP, this player still had 28, 9, like that's what he had. With the best defender guarding him. But that game will be like the 15th. That's the best. Jaylen Brown picked him up full court. He won an award for it, and he averaged 28 and just a defense. 30, but he's averaging 34. And he's averaging 10 free throws a game right now in the regular season. During a playoff series, you can add 3 or 4 or 5 to that. Yeah. So he'll average 13 to 15 free throws in a playoff series each game. Talk about this. The numbers do what they are. What did the Lakers do against Kevin Durant that made him so frustrated that you could see that the rest of the team wasn't going to adapt to what they were doing? They doubling that man as soon as he crossed that court, right? You apply the same shit to Luka, right? And you take him out of the game early. They're going to be hunting to get Luka the ball back because they feel like getting him a shot off is a part of their offense. So now we got to throw it. Different though, right? They got LeBron, they got other guys. It just has everything to do with Kevin Durant. No, for sure. Like he was being passive. But no. They don't feel they have one individual outside of him. That's the guard. They also for the Lakers, they still have one individual. That makes sense. They feel they can put Thompson on you. They feel they can put Easton on you. Smith on you. They don't have to aspire to play. I wouldn't say Houston, but I'm talking about the other team that match up with him. It's like, all right, let's take the ball out of Luka's hands. If you give it up, then don't let him get it back. Let's run the shot clock down to where if he could get it back, he's going to be taking a late shot clock shot. Everybody else don't have to do something. So it's also really
He'll bring it out. It's Williams. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic than they... On the ground at the 20.
That wasn't a big game, but look at the offense. Right back on the ball, ready to call a play, ready to go fast.
These two guys in the start, they didn't work. It's a good ball out of the game. So the three of them good, and then we can take them inside. This is this team's game plan right there. We want Lucas to stay to the side, stay to the momentum. That what the next is going to the other side. We got LeBron, we got fucking Austin Reeves taking his shot. Now he in the game. But I think you guys, picking up this team, we are in the game that the team is supposed to be hot. Their other players are now not doing anything based on the fact that this guy's playing. So one game plan is
this idea by the offense going very quick. You just had a very nice start. Let's get back to the offense so that you go
And the Rebels come to the line on third down, trying to keep this drive alive.
I thought for Dirk, I'd rather go continue every time he says to you. He's going to be back to pass. It's caught.
Gets rid of it. They'll move the chains. Good execution on third down. They've got it at the 41. The Rebels have this offense rolling. They'll leave it with him. And he was fortunate not to room started on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage.
And this offense gets nothing done on that play, but look at them. They're continuing to run this tempo. They want to try to do something to get a stop going to create a movement.
And they'll wrestle it to the ground after a short gain. Here comes the seventh play of this opening drive. They've moved it well, but now facing third down.
You stay double him to get the ball out of the thing. Right, double him. Two people on him, and then he's going to tactic, make it a 4. Here we go. Then work the short pitch, 5 on 5.
From the gun, wants to pass. The short hand, it's Chang. They'll make the stop about 3 yards short of the first down. And so on their opening drive of the game, they want to stay on the field, and the offense will go for it on fourth down.
Austin Reeves,
Might be changing the route. They're throwing for it on fourth down. He dropped it, just didn't hook it all the way in, and they'll turn it over on downs. They thought they had a good plan, but it did not work. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Complete to the right. And they don't drag him down until he gets all the way to the 46-yard line.
Really nice play getting that first down. And listen, I know when a lot of people think about the Crimson Tide recently, they think about the success they've had at the quarterback position. A big reason why, though, those guys have been playing so well, they're throwing the NFL talent all over the field. And this dude right here, he could be the next first-round pick at the wide receiver position for them.
The offense sets up shop at the 46 on first down.
With the outcome. That's what I was. And he said, double it just like they did last. And then you put it on to do this. But if they didn't, it's okay. It's okay. So much confidence.
Offense at an empty set. Linebackers shuffling around, trying to keep the quarterback from getting a read. He makes the catch. And he's brought down after a nice game.
Everybody holds their breath when this guy has the ball. On defense now, you got to stop the bleeding because you're allowing one of the best.
He'll take a shot. Touchdown! The offense puts up 6, but it took to the end zone.
It's nice to be an offensive coordinator when you have this offense because you can just call a couple plays, do what we need to do, make big plays, go down the field, put points on the board. This offense, man, they put drives together like this. This could be a scary game.
And with the extra point, they get the first zone of the game. Quick strike offense on that 3-point scoring drive. They cap things off with a scoring toss from 47 yards out. Kickoff unit is out there, and boy, did that last drive quiet this crowd.
So they work against it. So how is it going to work against the Lakers?
Fielded in the end zone. It's Williams. Not nearly as much as he had hoped when he brought it out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 15. This drive will open from the 15. Making side adjustments here. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And that will be incomplete, man. That would have been a big hitter if they could have done it, but second down coming. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Looking downfield, it's caught. Got the back over the middle.
Passing game does several things. One, it doesn't let the pass rush get to those great defensive linemen. The ball's coming out so fast they can't get there. And then what else? It gets me ahead of the sticks. I don't have to worry about getting in long yardage situations.
It's Chang. And they give him another with a first down. They'll move the chains, and let's see if they can snap it one more time here in the first. So Alabama takes the lead into the quarter, and we've come to the end of one. And let's take a quick moment to catch up on the stats. Lots of time left and ready to go back at it here in the second quarter. First play of the period, first down here.
I'm done off the ball with other guys making plays. What was the first distance?
And the backfield is Skinner. Being good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. And the Rebels want to move quickly.
That was their game plan. JV's game plan was, we're going to do this. So like, I was still going to do this.
They'll give it to the back. That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball.
Every chance I get, I'm buzzing, I'm going to push through.
On third down, he drops the throw. Oh, they really going to use that back there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a fourth down.
This is a point where you just got to be able to focus. The critical down and distances in this game, like that third down right there. When it's a good throw, you got to make the catch. You got to be able to make that play.
On fourth down, trying to find his man. This time he's got it. Really good job to pick up a chunk of yardage and get it out to the 39-yard line. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Finds a little bit of room and finally wrestled by about the 43. They got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7. Caught in the backfield, it's Williams. They're able to get him stopped just shy of the first down mark. The Rebels are at the line trying to move the sticks on 3rd and short. Sends it back in motion. To the air. It's Carr. Right down the middle. He gets the job done on 3rd down. They move the chains. It's at the 37. And the Rebels will snap it on 1st and 10. They'll go back to the ground.
Efficiency on that. They'll bring up 2nd and 4. And winning first down is a priority for a defense. And you can't get bludgeoned. You can't get physically beat at the point of attack. You know the percentages. It's usually pretty good on first down that they're going to run the football. So them getting that big chunk, getting in 2nd and short, not a good job by this defense.
Down to 2 minutes to play in the half. The referee signaling for the 2-minute timeout. The Rebels can play this second down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. From the gun, running back gets it in. He's brought down, but he'll be able to first down.
You got to have short area quickness. That running back there doing what it takes to make sure you got that first down.
And the Rebels pounded the rock to move the sticks now back to work. Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. Nice
Right away after picking up the first down, they go right back to their playmaker at running back. And I love the push they got up front, getting a hat-on-hat, putting a huge hole for the ball.
And you become so hard to defend when you can run the football successfully on first down. You're starting like that now. What opens up? Play action. Now you're making me play pass and run. This offense, if they can create that run physicality, now it opens up everything else.
And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be third down.
You've got great field position here. You got to pay it off. Who is your go-to receiver that can make a play in this situation?
Third and goal is where offensive coordinators earn their keep. Moving, making checks.
Really nice job executing on that rushing touchdown. If they get this extra point, this thing is all tied up.
Looking for the tie with the extra point. And he puts through the extra point. So the 16-play drive, and they finished it off with the score from the 4. Kickoff unit is out there again, and this crowd is feeling themselves after that last drive. Fielded in the end zone. It's Williams. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. Plenty of time left in the half here as they take over, but they will want to be efficient here in the final 2 minutes. Looking for a man. It's Newton. Finds space on the right. They finally get him on the ground, but he's got an explosive play for the first down. Big chunk play to start this drive. Now they'll really try to take it to this defense. Makes the catch. It's Jordan. Nice gain on that play, but leaves it a little short of the first down. The Crimson Tide can dig into that playbook here on second and short.
Listen, running backs are not just running backs anymore. You're going to be a wide receiver in today's football. A great job sneaking in the backfield, getting the football, letting them get some positive yards.
The offense will have to use its first time out of the half.
Well, the defense did a nice job taking everything away down the field, but once the drag route was caught, they just couldn't rally to the ball carrier in time to make a tackle, and as a result, new set of downs.
Looking to throw on first down. Finds his tight end. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Alabama quickly back to the line. To the air on first down. Grabbed in the middle. It's Stowers. And that completion good for a short game, but they still have some work to do to pick up the first down. Alabama with a multitude of options on second and short. Wants to go up top. Pocket breaking down. Picked up. And it just turns out to be a missed opportunity. You get the ball in the red zone and you turn it over.
Momentum. It plays a big role for teams and especially for offenses. And when you have chances like that, when you're down in this area of the field, you've got to be able to come away with points. Even if it's not going to be a touchdown, you are not leaving this area of the field without putting at least 3 up on the board. Missed opportunity for them.
Running out of time here in the first half, they're going to have to be efficient to put some points on the board before the break. Pressure coming. Pulls it in. It's Chang. On the move to the 30. They finally make the stop, and that one will make those halftime stats. As we head to the break.
With the game tied.
The Rebels will kick it away first, and we'll start the second half. its limits. That gamble did not pay off as they bring him down at the 12-yard line. The Tide offense rolls onto the field. And points have been hard to come by in this one. They'll try to put together a drive. Buys a little time with his feet. Now he'll turn one loose back to the middle. And they can't make the connection, going for a big play on first down.
Well, this defense was ready for go balls. Against this receiver and his speed, he's one of the fastest in the country. They knew this quarterback was going to try to take the top off the defense. That time they couldn't link up. If you're on defense, just know they're going to try that play again.
When you play zone coverage and you got a wide receiver that's a beast, it becomes very, very difficult. Got to make sure I play physical and maybe even shade the side of the wide receiver having a lot of success.
Looking to throw, it's Newton. That's caught, it's Jordan. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few.
Well, it's important in this game, this offense gets the running back involved out in the perimeter in space where he can do some damage. That time they got it to him throwing the football. He picked up a couple of yards, but it gives the defense something to think about.
Fires to the tight end. Turning it on. Really nice pickup there as they have it out to the 44 with a first down.
Well, I know the tight end did some good things after the catch, but got to give the quarterback credit, too, for the location of the throw. Because he put it out in front of his big man, he was able to make the catch and accelerate, creating some distance there between him and the defense.
Out of bounds at the 43-yard line after the huge pickup. He was all by himself out there. Someone just lost track of their assignment.
And that's so frustrating because you want to make offenses earn it. And you don't want to give up big plays and bust coverages and let people run wide open, especially good players. Like
Ernie on the Jets. They finally get to him, but what a play there to pick up the first down.
What a weapon this guy is, right? At the tight end position, not only can he get open, he can run away from people after the catch. He's a big dude, so he's hard to bring down anyway, but the speed is what makes him different.
Looking to pass inside the red zone. Behind the line, it's Jordan. That completion will take them inside the 10 to the 9-yard line.
And that's kind of a lot of today's running game, right? Spit the ball out quick, get it to your playmakers in space, get positive yards. It's instead of running the ball a couple yards up the middle, now you just spit it out wide, and a lot of times if you break a few tackles, it could be even bigger.
Makes the catch. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can pick up a first down without scoring. Third down. Buying some time. Can't make the grab as he was looking for his man right at the goal line.
Well, that last incompletion is a good example of why your timing has to be so good as a quarterback, because the windows, they open and they close so quickly in this part of the field.
On fourth down, they'll throw for it. Looking to the end zone. No, it's picked off. Not the second half throw there.
And defensive backs, you think don't have good hands. The big fella shows it. How about that defensive back going up and getting the interception? Nice job breaking on the football. You say that's why you play defense, because you don't have hands? Yeah, I bet the difference.
Their own end zone nipping at their heels as they start this drive from their own 2. Got it behind the line. It's Skinner. And he's brought down after a nice gain.
And that's why QBs love their tight ends so much, right? Especially when they're athletic, because they make short throws turn into long gains. Because of his ability after the catch, it's so unique and special. He is dominant in this offense.
Receiver on the move gets the touch pass. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion. Not the way they had it drawn up. Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Dropping back, it's Carr. Excellent coverage and good use of with the hands to knock it away.
Well, you wonder that time if the QB was just forcing that one over to his running back. He's already made some catches in this game. The defense is aware of that, though, and that time they had outstanding coverage. There was no way that was going to be complete.
On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Intercepted, and the defense has set him up. They get him on the ground after the turnover, but there is a flag on the field, and we'll see if that will be a reprieve for this offense. And the Rebels getting set on 1st and 10. On the run, it's Chang. Not much doing there. He gets it to the 26, a gain of 1. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Looking to fire. Quickly to the tight end. Oh, he's got some space. Comes to 40 and forced out of bounds at the 42. And now this offense is clicking.
Yeah, and tight ends aren't just line up and block guys anymore. These guys are athletes. You line them up all over the field. And nowadays, you even start to feature them more and more in the passing game.
From the gun to give, looking for room. They get him down, and that'll be the final play of the 3rd period. We've reached the end of the 3rd quarter, and we have a potential classic on our hands, all tied up as we take a peek at the stats. This is when winning plays are made, and we start right now in the 4th. Final stands of the game, and we'll start with the 1st down. Offense changing the play. They'll send the back in motion. Wants to go up top on 1st down. Fire to the big fella. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down mark. Just a quick rhythm throw there and really good use of the tight end.
Yeah, good use of the big fella. I mean, go through your progressions real quick. You can't find anything. Get the easy gain. Don't take a shot down the field all the time. Take those shots later, but take those easy, wide-open opportunities to get some positive chunks.
Back to throw. It's Carr. Swings it out to his running back. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play.
3rd down coming up.
They'll try the run. Powers through the defender. They stop him again, and not only that, they've made this 4th down that much harder.
Really good play by this defense, seeing it, attacking it, going and getting it. Obviously, they're running the RPO. They weren't fooled. They played the run, came up, made a nice tackle, got the running back on the ground.
On 4th down, he'll try to toss it. And make the catch, and the defense will force a turnover on downs.
Well, great defense on that one. They were ready for pass. They forced the incompletion. They're coming off the field. That's a big win for this defense.
Here comes that Alabama offense. They haven't really been able to light up this scoreboard, but putting points up would be huge here. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play.
Well, not a great run there, but I think what the coaching staff is trying to do is they're trying to help out their quarterback. He's throwing interceptions on each of his last 2 drives, and the best way to try to settle him down is to get the running game established. And I think the defense is aware of that right now, loading the box. Everybody up front is ready for the run.
The clock has stopped for the timeout, and we have reached the final 2 minutes in this one. They need to get a little closer for a field goal try, and they've got to do it in a hurry. Snap it to the back. Just what they'd hoped for on 3rd down as they've got a 1st at the 32.
Well, he was able to gash him on that play. You just give this guy 1 inch, one little crease. He puts his foot in the ground, and he gets north fast.
They'll go with a direct snap. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain.
And this offense doesn't have very many runs left in them. They try to sneak in the run. Nice job by the defense making the tackle. But they've got to try to maximize their time, maximize their plays to try to get some points on the board.
moment. They'll move the sticks as he picks up the first down.
Nice job by the receiver on the back end there, too. He sees his quarterback on the run moving, and he just works to get himself open to give his guy a place to throw the football. They're able to connect, and they keep the drive going.
Every offense wants to be able to run the ball and be physical, especially on first down. And you want to create second and short, third and short, or just get first downs like that run right there.
This offense right on the doorstep. They can grab the lead late as time continues to wind down. Touchdown, Crimson Tide. And they've moved out front here in the fourth.
And that's exactly what you want from this offense. Take almost all the clock, execute, and now go out and take a lead by a touchdown. Great, flawless execution by this offense.
The extra point is good, and now in the fourth, they're up by a touchdown and an extra point. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. He'll bring it out. It's Williams. Stopped at the 17, and is probably second-guessing that return. They'll get this drive going from the 17. Wants to throw. It's Carr. He's taking a deep shot late in the game. Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch.
Well, you know the defense felt freaked out on that one. Here in the fourth quarter, and you're lined up against one of the fastest players in all of college football, and they're taking a shot up top. They just hold on tight and hope for the best at that time. They were able to force an incompletion.
Timeout is called with just 2 seconds left to go. Got to get everybody lined up quickly. Time winding away, and they've got to push the ball down the field. A deep throw as the clock winds down. It's incomplete, and they had a chance in the end zone, and he just couldn't come up with it, and that's going to do it. Not exactly a ton of points in this one. They just couldn't overcome the
Yes, and he gonna try to take him out. Where we go? Yes. Thanks, Bill. Tap in.
No, them niggas can't come. We gotta establish a vision.
That's why I feel.
Remember what I taught y'all. I told y'all when Lonnie left. Remember what I taught y'all. I'm on to a bigger, better thing.
Now, respect to be here in UNC. And they like our recruits are just glaring better than everybody.
Listen, we had a lottery pick this year, bro.
Yes, you did. That's a fact.
And the tradition lives on, man.
He walking back
with Caleb, man. And I said, damn, we ain't shit. We retiring the nigga jersey. Off this is crazy, bro.
Yes, bro. Hey, what about the Raptors?
I don't know who do this. You see what they said? They should go get Coach Cal.
Cal ain't going there. I'll take Jerry Stackhouse.
I'm cool with that.
Cal ain't going to Carolina. Oh, no, them Carolina boosters and fans would hate Cal.
I think Cal
they would hate him.
I think Cal pretty much over that type of shit. Yeah. That tradition.
Yeah, he's cool.
He like that. Thuggish regular mouth. Yeah, let me do what I do.
Yeah, he in the trenches, bro.
Because last year they tried to start off with Arkansas and say, hey, we're going to do it. He said, hey, y'all ain't got no tradition to be telling me what to do down here, bro. Watch out.
I'm the tradition.
Yes, I'm the way. And while we're here, man, LSU hires legendary Will Wade back on campus. That is one of the craziest hires that nobody's talking about enough, bro. Will Wade back at LSU is insane.
For him, bro.
They said this Will Wade, Coach Kim Lane, Kim at LSU, the new NWO.
They will not be like this. That's right. Yeah, because I won't be here.
Hey, did you see the AD?
This will be the last year that NC State is bad. We will be the best team, one of the best teams next year. Trust me.
Did you see the AD? He was just like, he said, we had a conversation, and then I got the report just like y'all.
He sent the email. Yeah, I'm out. That's why I'm cool with everybody doing whatever they want, bro.
For sure. These coaches
is sliding, bro. So don't be mad at me when it's my turn, bro.
For sure.
No, I'm talking about it. The way is our coach. Will Wade being back at LSU is insane. They was like, well, bro, what you was doing then is legal now.
Oh, God. Nigga made a whole speech, bro, and cut out the next day.
Well, way too ass out there running down the road. And another spirit,
out to LSU front office, man. Y'all legendary.
Three-step clinical plus care. The girls that blow dry sweat, flash sweat, gas and red sweat. Get skin softening, smooth and clean color. Plus 24/7 surface protection. That clinical plus care is clearly the best sweat.
Hey, AT&T just gave their best deal on the $10 I'm telling everyone. Hardware vendors, you got a hardware guy, we're going to have him. Get the Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra on a good eligible trade-in. King condition. Most expensive phone not required.
So think about upgrading to the new iPhone 17 because that's the most powerful iPhone ever. But also think about the fact that the relationship will think about all of that.
The good news is that iPhone has this phone, they'll send an A-plus to your home, but if you're living the new brand new iPhone 17 Pro.
And he'll just take a knee and this drive will start.
Visit boostmobile.com to get started. Delivery available for selected devices purchased at boostmobile.com. Terms do apply. Subscribe to our YouTube 12/5/20. We're filing on that month. Just hit the button. Guys, don't ask more questions. Subscribe.
All right, man, we back. Another episode of Club 520 Podcast. I'm your host, my name is Dave. I don't know my own fucking name. What's my own name? DJ Wells. I'm brought to you by Boost Mobile. You know the vibe, man. Gas going up, groceries going up, all the above, man. Tap in with the family. $25 unlimited nationwide. Yeah, not behind the board today, man. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, I'll talk to y'all, man, for sure, man. Bar Rock, Bed, March Madness, D here. What's happening with it?
Good with I couldn't say there's been a lot of ills.
Yeah.
It's March is not.
That's yeah. Let's talk about that one. I don't know if people talk about this. You know, as I said, you know, really put this drive into high gear as they have a first down at the 37.
I'll tell you what, you want to quiet this crowd down. You want to do something demoralizing to your opponent. Establish the run game early.
And a great job on the offensive line. You're going to run the ball right up the middle. You better control the line of scrimmage. You can see the center, the guard, the tackle's doing a good job getting on their guys just enough where this running back can get in space and make a big game. Man, you gotta love the offense coming out with a plan. They're going to feed their running back. Great job featuring him. Great job setting the physical tone. And they punched this defense right in the mouth and already got them back on their heels.
How do you know spot on? It's no way, bro. It's a difference. You know a team that's going to blow it out.
The Gamecocks, after ripping off that huge run, let's see if they can do it again. Grabbed in the backfield. Hastings Allen.
It's a reason that they think it's fine.
Love the decision making by the quarterback there on the RPO play. Defense took everything away deep down the field, so just check it down, get it to your guy in the right flat, and let him go get yards.
I just wanted to know who is the guy catching the ball.
And the Gamecocks can really attack on this second and short. Looking to throw its chain. Here comes the heat. And they can't make the connection.
What a play by the defender that time, because he's matched up one-on-one man coverage against an outstanding wide receiver, and it's the defender who makes the play. Really good position. He was up to the challenge. Interesting to see if this quarterback goes his way again.
Don't be involved.
The Gamecocks under the ball, trying to pick up this third and short. Looking to throw for it. Unloads to the wide out. The offense basically has the whole field in front of them, backed up close to their own end zone. Got it in the middle. It's It's a seam wide open. He's inside the 40. At the 20. Either grab, and they did the rest himself, and they move it to the 1.
Man, the defense has got to be kicking themselves. They had the offense pinned back so deep in their own end. It's one thing to give up a completion, but you can't let the receiver go the entire distance. You score a touchdown. Bad job on the back end by the D.
And the extra point was good as they finished it and it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line.
So I had that success today, so I appreciate you trying to piss me off about yourself. While we're here, if the Pacers don't pick face can't believe it.
Guys, we'll see what Jacksonville State can get going on.
I think the biggest battle is their run, our greatest run, the recent time run, and if we get face can't believe it, I want to have to go. I believe in my guys. I know they will do that, people like that. But at number one, if you like to
I don't think you get conservative or play it safe. You can trust your guy. I think you put the ball right back in his hands and let him do his thing.
Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. They go to the ground, lining up the defender. So runs like that get really hurt in field possession as they're up at the 35.
How about the play by the speed guy? You think about speed, you think about breaking ankles. He broke the tackle because he's so fast, moving so fast, hard to get the guy to the ground.
That just never had a chance as they controlled the middle of the field and stopped him in the back.
And it's an easy way to cover.
On 4th down, going to the air. Complete out of the sticks. Turns out to be an easy conversion for this offense as they move the chains on 4th down.
You can also
And the Gamecocks will have it 1st and 10. To the air, it's Chang.
in 36, including California.
And this will be a big hit there, forces 2nd down.
Not many receivers like to get hit. They just don't, okay? They're prima donnas. That's what they are. That's who they are. Nice job by the defender. You could tell he was catching the football. He was going to put a hit on him to make sure he had to think about something later, and you could see the ball pop out and fall to the ground.
Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down. Back to pass. Just a short pass to the tight end. And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup.
Offenses don't like being in these situations. They don't like having little success like 1st and 2nd down. Because now you know I got to pass the football. I got to air it out. Makes me really predictable. So just make sure you take care of the football and find those plays you really like.
Just throw that one away to avoid disaster.
Offenses know and work on it all week. Third downs have got to be really, really good. This offense not good on this 3rd down. It could come back to bite.
Make sure you tell each other. Make sure you
On 4th down, looking for the completion.
Please hit the subscribe button.
He's got it. First down. Ripping through the defense and getting it all the way down to the 24-yard line.
Say what I did.
The Gamecocks are moving quickly down the field. Looking downfield on 1st down. Makes the catch. It's Robinson. And they pick up just a few on that completion.
That's in Pittsburgh. They told me they tuned in top tier. Y'all better subscribe.
And here comes the offense on 2nd down. We've reached the break, and UNLV is on top. And we've come to the end of the first as we take a moment to check out the stats so far. Heading in the opposite directions now as we crank it up in the 2nd. Quarterback by himself in the backfield. Back to pass, it's Chang. Here's the pressure. Got it. And he was pushing for that goal line, but the stopped him at the 2.
And the offense here dialed up a really good zone beater. Give credit to the offensive coordinator. He called the right play at the right time.
And the Gamecocks have it with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater.
At the 1-yard line. Brings up 2nd and goal.
Looking for just 1 more yard. It's 2nd and goal. Tight end finds a soft spot. And he's into the end zone.
Touchdown, Jacksonville State. Number 44.
They score for the big fella here. Why are tight ends so effective in the red zone?
Well, these aren't the guys that are going to burn by you and go for 70 most of the time. You can use their big body frames, threaten them to run the football and be a blocker in the running game, and now you slip them in the secondary, make that big play.
And they did tack on the extra point. They put it in the end zone with a 12-play scoring drive. And it was capped off by a 1-yard touchdown pass. They're getting set to kick it away, and that last score took a little oomph out of this crowd. Here he comes from midway in the end zone. Stopped at the 17, and he's probably second-guessing that return.
UNLV Rebels will take over 1st and 10.
UNLV is ready to go back to work on offense. Boy, that last touchdown, the one-play quick strike scored. Jesse, this offense hoping to keep that kind of explosiveness going.
I don't know if they're going to get the same looks defensively because of just how explosive that play was, Reese. David, they may be seeing a little bit more off coverage on this drive and maybe some softer boxes to run into.
And when you make that kind of explosive play, you're going to put the defense on its heels. They're going to be a little bit more conservative. So this offensive approach now, maybe I don't have to go deep. I can go a little bit shorter and just make those easy plays.
And how about that play by that giant, that mountain of a man on the defensive front? They'll keep it on the ground. Dragged down after a pickup of 5 out to the 35. And the Rebels want to crank the tempo. Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. He did not make it a stone wall on 3rd down. On 4th down, they'll pass for it. Trying to pick up the first out of the backfield. How about that defense rising up and stopping him short on 4th down? Couldn't ask for better starting field position for this offense. Looking for a man. It's Chang. Unleashes it. Hauls it in. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, and they'll have it 1st and goal.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. The offense threatening, close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. The Gamecocks line it up with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Jacksonville State.
And that is exactly what you should do. Late in the half, you want to execute.
Yeah, my niggas not as vicious in the ring. Gotta go back to that solid disruptive.
Nice execution drive by that offense.
I mean, they're taking on the blocks, but they're doing nothing but getting me stuff.
You know, Bill, what do you think of Coach Rock last? I just say it's Joe hilarious.
But there was a point where I was like actually belly laughing. I just thought it was creative. That's the same thing in the golf this year. Past this kid, I didn't laugh at the again. I was just like, bro, that's hilarious. And now you get the white girl from your yoga in there with you. And your makeup artist is incredible. But I don't think he took it too far because comedy doesn't have boundaries. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of things. I think from a community that, makes their mark calling people snowflakes to be upset about jokes. It's kind of funny. It's kind of entertaining in my estimation. I think, honestly, comedy, it depends on what representation that you find it funny and whatnot, but everyone can get the black community, the Hispanic community, college frat guys, NASCAR fans, now conservative women in politics. I think it's sure if you are biased because of the death of Charlie Kirk and whatnot, I can understand you saying I don't feel like making fun of it. I can understand you saying making fun of someone that was recently with us is a little bit below what would be acceptable. But also, comedy is subjective, man. Whether you think it's funny or not is not really the basis of what the topic should be made or not. Some jokes are going to hit. Some jokes are going to hit for you. With that, I think it's question for you. Because y'all
did, but they gave up a huge play.
And first down for the offense.
From the gun, the running back has it. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play.
And the defense doing a great job committing to the run. When you commit to the run like this, obviously you can give up some plays in the passing game, but you got to stop the run first.
Timeout called here by the defense. It's the first one they've used this half.
Timeout, Jacksonville State.
After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Quarterback making adjustments. He'll go to work in the air on 2nd down. They get to him as he throws. What a play, it's intercepted. Picked up a few extra on that return, but what a play by this defense to get the football.
And if that don't light your fire, your wood is wet. The best play on a field is when the big boys, the most athletic people on the field, the defensive linemen, make game-changing, awesome, super athletic interceptions.
Caught behind the line. It's Robinson. Good pickup on that play. It'll bring up 2nd and 4. And the Gamecocks headed quickly to the line.
Brings up 2nd down.
Lost to fire on 2nd down. Bring in the heat. Nothing open downfield, so he'll just toss it away.
A nice job by the quarterback there. You're outside the pocket. Nobody's open, so he's throwing the ball away, knowing that you still have more chances to get this first down.
Looking downfield, it's Chang. Finds his man. It's Robinson. And he gets the first down, but man, did he get the hit stick laid on his noggin. The Gamecocks with the 1st and 10. Looking to throw on 1st down. Quarterback floating away from pressure. He's got him on the right side. Great job by the receiver to get the foot down.
Yeah, and the quarterback knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football. Had time, spins the ball deep. Nice job by this offense, understanding what the defense is giving them and creating explosive play.
And he has a solid gain on the play before sliding. The offense calls a timeout to stop the clock.
You know, QBs want to make those big plays. They want to put up the big stats. But when nothing's there, sometimes you just tuck the ball, get a minimal gain. I like the slide, by the way, too. Get down and have a big hit.
And how about the work up front by that big defensive line? Defense backing up, trying to keep everything in front. The clock will stop with this timeout from the offense. They'll get a chance to regroup on the sideline. Final seconds of the first half, and they'll try to put up 3. And this will be a 41-yarder coming up from the right side. Tried to give it enough body English, but he And the Gamecocks will kick it away to crank up the second half. He'll bring it out. It's Williams. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14.
First and 10.
Rebels offense is back on the field. Tight game as we start the third quarter, and we'll see what type of adjustments they made at halftime.
And getting the ball first here, I think, is such a big deal. Like, I got the first chance to make a statement, to make the adjustments, to create some momentum for my squad right here in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think it's so important for this offense to set the tone here early in the second half, to get a nice drive going, build that confidence, and get your defense ready to come on out, get a stop, and change the complexity of this game.
The Rebels in a good spot here with second and short. Quarterback may change this route. Dropping back, it's Carr. A strike downfield. And he knocks it out of the way. He's running free. Across the 50 and knocked out of bounds at the 48. An explosive play gets this offense working.
First down.
They'll have it at the 49, just across midfield, first and 10. Wants to throw on first down. Fires to the big fella. The defense will converge, and out of bounds he goes at the 40.
Important in the passing game that it's not just receivers doing all the work. You got to get running backs involved. You got to get your big fellas. You got to get the tight ends going too.
And the Rebels with a second and short to keep this drive moving.
Pound 55 weak.
Wants to go up top. Fires to the wideout. And they can't make the connection, and it could get worse. A penalty flag on the field, and it's in the holding zone. Let's get the call. That offensive line grabbing and holding on, and they'll back up and try it again. They'll line up for a second down play. Looking to fire. Throws to the wideout. And that's going to fall to the ground incomplete. That was a physical matchup there. Third down coming.
This offense hasn't been able to generate a lot of points in this one. Here in the third quarter, you're seeing the defense and how much pride they take on being physical. It's not just stopping the run. Guys in the back end flying to the football in the air, getting hits on guys, that time on the receiver, knocking it loose.
Looking to throw, it's Carr. He puts some heat on that one down the middle. And he'll run into the end zone. Touchdown, UNLV.
Quarterback's abilities to read the field is huge. And also the anticipation, the time to be able to throw the football, Jesse, and hit a guy in stride so he can get run after the catch and get in the end zone. That was a nice job by the quarterback.
Yeah, it's critical, Dave. And listen, a lot of times touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone. You've got to read the coverage, hit the open guy, and let him do the rest.
Extra point here will tie the game.
Is on for the extra point.
And they did make the extra point, and we have a tie ball game here in the third. A very efficient five-play scoring drive. And before they can kick it, the receiving team's going to call a timeout.
Jacksonville State.
They're set to kick it off, and you think this crowd's going to get loud when their defense comes on the field? And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. Jacksonville State has it back, and the Gamecocks will go to work. Their lead is gone, and they'll try to didn't happen in time before they got the sack.
No, it did not. And you know what? I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember zone defense. They didn't really have an answer. They weren't ready to get rid of the football. Quarterback hesitated. I got to him and got him on the ground. Might be a good call later on again.
This offensive line is going to have to shore up this pass pro, guys. The last play they took a sack. This one they allow a hit on the QB, which forces the incompletion. Third down, you're going to be throwing it right here, you think. So O-line's got to step up.
Finds his man. It's Austin. Finally corralled, but not before. He picked up the first down. The Gamecocks come to the line with a new set of downs. To the air. It's Chang. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down.
Well, that looked like it was going to be a completion, but how about the defender making the hit and forcing the incompletion?
Man, what a finish we could have. Tie game, third quarter here, 2nd and 10. They'll move the wide receiver. The give on the inside. And he never had a chance. Just stopped cold as soon as he got it.
And man, it's nice to have a guy that is just better than your guys. And no matter what play you call, man, I want him getting in the backfield quick, penetrating, using his quickness, and using his strength to get him to the ground. That is a baller.
Here's a heat. Catch in the middle. It's Austin. Doesn't quite make it to the first down marker. He's a yard short. On 4th down, they'll try to throw it. Converts on 4th down, and he's still going. And they finally get him to the ground. An easy conversion for this offense. Defense not exactly the perfect 4th down call there.
For the offense.
And the Gamecocks are moving quickly down the field. Tight end now in motion. Looking to throw on 1st down. Grab behind the line. It's Gonzalez. That's a really good tackle there, giving up some size and still making the play.
This is a tight end that not only is going to play with his hand in the ground, but he can line up in the slot as well and attack the defense vertically. He's too fast for linebackers to cover, and he's too big for DBs to cover. He's a real weapon in this offense.
Going to swing it on 2nd down. Makes the grab. It's Young. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. As they get set to snap in time, winding down here in the corner. Looking to pass. It's Chang. Can't make the connection on 3rd down thanks to that tough, hard-nosed pass defense, and now it's 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Converts on 4th down. Still going. They get him on the ground, and that'll be the final play of this 3rd period. These two quarterbacks have produced as we check out their numbers after 3. These two teams about to find out what they're made of as we open the 4th all tied up. They go back to work in the final period of this one.
Here we go.
To the air on 1st down. Now he's going to break the pocket. On a little time, lets it go. He hauled that one in and got it down to the 15-yard line.
And that's why this QB's speed is such an asset. He can use it to his advantage, buy himself time to make a nice throw down the field.
Second down, they'll go to the air. Under fire. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
Well, you just sort of felt like this defense had to do something to get this quarterback out of a rhythm, right? He's been picking them apart all drive long, and finally they come up with a sack.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Picks up enough to give them 1st and 10 from the 11.
I tell you what, coaches want you to do your best work late in the ball game. He did his best work. Great job taking off biggest run of the day after grinding this game out, makes it explosive, now trying to put this game in a good situation.
Going to work on second down in the red zone. Is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. Motion from the wide receiver. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. Knocked out of bounds and sticking with that running game as they get deeper in the red zone.
And that play is essentially like a jet sweep. This offense is going to run the football conventionally. They'll do it between the tackles. They'll do it outside. But there's a lot of different creative ways they can get their playmakers the football in the running game. And I think that was an example of what you saw there.
Didn't get much. Picked up a yard, and that will leave them with 4th and 2.
You know, I really like this QB running the football because I know he's got a lot of speed, but he's not the biggest guy in the world. So he's not going to be able to break a lot of tackles. You really got to do a good job of trying to scheme ways to get him out in more space.
Touchdown, Jacksonville State. They move on top here in the 4th. He didn't see anyone open. Said, no problem. I'll take care of it myself.
Yeah, I've been there before. Been there, done that. Not my first rodeo. I've been in this kind of situation. Down by the goal line, I'm getting outside, and I'm taking it in myself.
The extra point is good, and now in the 4th, they're up by a touchdown and an extra point.
21, UNLV, 14.
Fielded in the end zone, it's Williams. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18.
Will take over 1st and 10.
UNLV ready to go back to work on offense. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, Dave. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
Defense gives up the pretty big run. They get the first down, and listen, you got to reload quick now because this offense, they got their foot on the accelerator.
Pretty good job of running to get 2 there to the 32. Clock stops. We have reached the 2-minute timeout, and the offense is looking for a play to close this deal out. Got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7. Out of the gun, the inside give. And he's able to shed 1 tackle, but still just a very short gain. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Might be calling a hot route. To throw, it's Carr. Shoots it to the left. And the deflection by the defense. Great play on 3rd down brings us to 4th.
And now with that play for this offense, it's got to have it time. Yeah, I'm going for it on 4th down. Obviously, a field goal does nothing. But I got 3 timeouts, and that is a good thing because
big tight end makes the grab. It's a first down. He got loose, almost housed it, finally dragged down at the 32. Not really a huge decision there. You don't want to give up the football at this juncture of the game, and they're able to keep the drive going.
You know, the head coach here obviously feels like punts and field goals are not going to get him back in it, so put this one on your quarterback, trusting him to go out and execute and give your team a chance to win.
Wants to go up top on first down. And good coverage and better hands on that shot to the end zone.
Well, this defense is still playing so hard here late in the game in the 4th quarter. Offense taking a shot into the end zone. Defender in incredible position, and he's able to knock that one away incomplete.
An explosive play in the running game as he's got the first down.
Defense is going to have their hands full trying to get this guy on the ground, man. He's got some serious moves once he has the ball in his hands.
They're threatening to score, and they'll throw it. And the pressure will get there. The sack, down he goes in the waning moments. That could be a costly play. to pass on second down. Under fire. And he can't get it off. Taken down. What a huge play this late in the game. They'll use a timeout with 26 seconds left on the clock. The defense all revved up after that earlier sack, and they'll try to stop him right here. Oh, they're after him. Just flying through the air like a superhero to make the grab. Trailing by a touchdown, getting late in the fourth, and this is a huge, perhaps a defining moment in this game. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Touchdown, well, and they take it in for 6 more points.
Man, you did the hard part. What a drive, putting points together, getting 6. Now, what are you going to do? Decision time. Do you want to go for the win right now, go for the 2-point conversion, or kick this thing and go into overtime with seconds running down on the clock?
A gutsy call to go for the deuce to try to win the game right here.
29 Philly. 29 Philly.
And they find scratch so hard to put themselves in a position here late in the game to go for the win, but they just come up short on the 2-point attempt. It looks like they're leaving the stadium with a loss.
Timeout is called, and the clock is down to 8.
Timeout, UNLV.
Here's the situation. First, they have to recover the onside kick, then maybe time for a play or two. He's able to grab the football, and the hands team gets the job done.
Yeah, and this is why you put your hands team on the field most of the time, when you know it's coming, and you put those guys that are
The Rebels will kick it away first. And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Out to the 36-yard line after gaining 10 on that one. And the Mountaineers come to the line in the hurry-up.
And how about that? Right after they get the explosive play running the ball, they're going right back to the line of scrimmage for some tempo.
And this one will be stopped for no gain.
On the play.
Well, this is a defense that we know takes tons of pride stopping the run. That's where it all starts and ends with them, and you saw a great effort on that last play.
Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Back to throw. It's Hurts. That's caught. It's Jordan. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down.
I like the running back there on the route and the patience he showed, really setting it up. He got to the defender, he was able to put his foot in the ground, get some separation, catch it, and turn upfield for the first.
The Mountaineers will snap it on 1st and 10. Looking downfield on first down. Punch it out of the air.
And that's a good job by the drag route there, understanding its zone coverage. So instead of continuing to run across the field, he settles down into an open spot, making it easy for his quarterback.
2nd down, he'll throw it. Going near the sticks, it's Jordan. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the first down before he's dragged to the ground.
You know, it's a nice throw by the QB there. When you're throwing to running backs, you got to make it easy on them. So you want to put it right on their body, make the catch simple, and let them go to work like they did just there, getting that first.
Just keeps slinging it. Fires to the middle. He's got an open man. He's brought down the one to play for this offense, and they'll have it at the 12-yard line. We knew coming in that they wanted to push the ball down the field, and they waste no time getting at it.
And I love that, man. I love being aggressive early, setting a tone, sending a message to my team. Listen, we're going to attack down the field. You better be ready for it. This offense comes in.
And he motors into the end zone. Touchdown, West Virginia.
West Virginia.
You want to talk about a great way to start the game and set the tone early.
It's so nice to have a quarterback just get himself into
the fake, and he wants to throw. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. They're coming out to tee it up for the kickoff, and that last score was a real buzzkill for this crowd. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He's got great speed. He's on the loose.
Yes, here.
I see you, fam.
It's always so exciting because you don't see them very often. You got to go so many yards, 80, 90 yards at a time. What a great job by the returners, showing the speed, providing the electricity. There's a reason they're all jacked up, and it's because of that awesome kickoff return.
And they move on top with the extra point, 7-6. So a dynamite play there, 99 yards. He took it back for the touchdown.
West Virginia, 6.
And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25. West Virginia has it back, ready to dive into that playbook. These two teams swapping early scores, and they'll try to move back on top, starting the drive down 7-6. With the catch, it's Smith. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first.
Well, the defense playing zone coverage there. They're taking away all of the QB's primary options down the field, so he has to check it down to the drag running underneath.
To the air, it's Hurts. Quick strike complete. He'll get it up to the 39 before he's run out of bounds, and this offense just patiently, methodically trying to do work. They'll snap it from the 39, 1st and 10. Looking to throw on 1st down. Looking to scramble. He'll try to do it himself. Nice run there. Picks up a few, and they'll force him out of bounds.
You don't get very many opportunities to finish the play with a quarterback. A lot of times they're protected so well nowadays, but when he's a ball carrier, it's fair game, and what a great job bringing the wood.
Caught near the sticks. It's Jordan. Good pick up there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41.
One of the things you love about this running back is not only can he run between the tackles, but he's also a weapon in this offense catching the football.
Wants to throw on 1st down. Grabbed over the middle. It's Smith. They bring him down, but the big play will move the sticks.
Get the big-time receiver involved early in the game. That's a huge key for this offense, no matter who they're playing against. But you can see, with his size, with his ability after the catch, this guy is a weapon, and he's putting this defense on alert early.
Down to the 18-yard line, it's 1st and 10. They'll throw it from the red zone. They're working that left side. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd down.
Back to throw, it's Hurts. I don't think that's the way they drew it up. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. They'll try to pick up the 1st through the air. Knocked away, incomplete, and quarters get tight in the red zone.
Well, I love the coverage on defense. In the red zone, everyone's got their eyes on the quarterback, and they're flying to the football, and you saw that there on the incompletion.
I'm not sure this was ever a real decision. They'll go for it on 4th and inches. They'll move the tight end. On 4th down, they're taking to the air. That's a fly. And that one is picked up in the end zone. He's knocked
I'm a motherfucking monster. I'm a motherfucking monster.
Well, the defense does an awesome job here with their backs against the wall in their own red zone, coming away with an INT early. That could be a big game-changing type play in this game.
From the shotgun, the inside give. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26.
Coaches always harp about staying ahead of the chains, and when you can run with that type of efficiency on 1st down, man, you are doing just that.
The give is to Williams. Got a little space. There he goes. They get him on the ground, and with that, we'll head to the 2nd quarter. Guys, that's the end of the quarter, and UNLV has the edge. We've played one. Before we move on, let's have a look at the stats. Lots of time left, and we're ready to get back to it and open the 2nd period. So they'll go back to work after changing into the field. Caught in the backfield. It's Clark. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. And the Rebels want to pick up the tempo. Quarterback adjusting the pattern. Got it in the middle, it's Clark.
The biggest rule change for me, if I could make one in all of college football, would be illegal man downfield. And when they run these RPO plays and those linemen start to creep further and further down the field, I would love for the refs to call those more often. It's a cheating play, basically, running these RPOs. So hard to stop. Nice execution by the offense, but probably cheating, too.
Well, jet sweep pass. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that.
Really good job by the defense seeing it and going and getting it. Nice job understanding the touch pass. It could happen. Those guys go in motion, man. I got to understand. Safety's got to see that, start flying down, getting ready to play that. Nice job by the defense being ready for that play.
Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Cricket. Dropping back, it's Carr. Lets it fly. It's a big strike inside the 10. Touchdown Rebels. And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
And I think in the pre-snap, I think both of these guys were on the same page. They had a look defensively that let them know we can pitch this thing way down the field. I'm going to go run under it and make a big play.
Yeah, and when I'm the receiver, I'm like, I'm open, right? I'm going straight down the field. Give me the football. I got the speed. I can beat this guy. You can tell they've done that so much in practice. They knew it was second nature, and they executed it perfectly.
And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. Whoops, someone moved a little bit early. Offense going to pick up a 5-yard penalty. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Here's the snap, looking to throw. With the catch, it's Jordan. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. Behind the change now on 2nd and long.
This defense is going to have to be careful. Not only do they have to worry about this guy running the football, but they've got to keep their...
He unleashes a long one. Intercepted. A first half turnover can swing momentum. He'll try and take it back. He'll be stopped.
Let's motherfucking go.
Man, another mistake by this. Listen, he is an elite quarterback. He's really, really good. He's pressing too much. Jesse, the #1 job of a quarterback, you better protect the football. I don't care how good you are, you better protect it.
Yeah, you just got to take what the defense is giving you. And I agree, David. It looks like right now he's trying to force the big play instead of just checking it down or throwing it away. He's got to do a better job working through his progressions right now. He's got tons of talent. He's making bad decisions.
The Rebels will boot it away to start the game. And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a the give to the back. Turning it on. Good solid run on that one as he gets it up to the 33-yard line.
Second down coming up.
You want to make play calling easy for an offensive coordinator? Run the ball like that every play. I mean, when you can run that on first down and set up a short yardage on second down, it makes play calling easy. Every single call on that sheet is available here on second down.
And that's why he is an all-American caliber player. He is just so physical and dominant against the run. He's able to shed blockers, use his athleticism, use his speed, get to the ball carrier and bring him down. Simply one of the best box defenders you're going to find in the entire country.
Every offensive coordinator in the country, they come in the game, they have a script. They have a couple plays they want to go through to get their team settled in, get down and get in good third down situations, execute on third down. Nice start on this opening drive by the offense.
And the Mustangs have it with a 1st and 10. From the gun, he leads it with the back. Picks up the 1st down, still moving. All down, but he has enough to move the chains.
There's nothing better than opening drive, coming out as an away team. Everybody's got all that excitement, all that energy, and being able to run the football and physically exert yourself to start a football game.
The Mustangs are flying down the field. He'll keep it himself. And he was able to run through one tackle, but still only a modest gain.
As an offense, you're okay with that. You're going to run option plays, and sometimes you're going to bust it big, but sometimes you don't necessarily read it correctly, get some positive yards, and then we come back and we do it all over again with different reads against the different defense.
Kept it on the ground on 1st down. See if they stick with that plan on 2nd. Reads it, fires complete. Dragged down, but they'll move the sticks for a 1st down.
Well, they pick up the 1st against zone coverage. I think a big part of this for young quarterbacks out there is if you're going to be throwing into zone coverage, you got to throw on time. You can't stare down receivers because the entire defense has their eyes on you, so you can't telegraph where the ball's going. You've got to hold it to the very last possible second. Try to freeze defenders with your eyes and then throw the ball. Open areas of the field, anticipating where your guy's going to be.
Listen, you got to be able to know what play to call and what hole to go through. Like the line blocks for a certain hole. Good job getting through the hole, getting what was blocked, getting a nice positive gain, making your situation really good on the next down.
And the Mustangs with myriad options after that big pickup on first down. The give to the back. And there was nowhere to go. Just stopped in his tracks in the backfield.
And that's how you respond as a defense, man. You give up 9 yards on first down. Second down, man, they bring some pressure. They are in the backfield fast, and they make the tackle for a loss. They completely flip the script, almost a guaranteed first down on second down, and now maybe even put them in a passing situation on third down.
Now well within striking distance as that third down play gets them a first at the 29. The Mustangs kept this drive moving on the ground, now back to work. Defense has dominated the early part of this game, and the stats point that out emphatically. Let's see if the offenses can find a little rhythm as we start the second quarter. So first down here as they go back to work. Defense showing plenty of pre-snap movement of their own. Wide receiver comes in motion. Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball.
I love when defensive backs come up and they are physical and they stick their face in the fan and they aren't scared. Talking to the defensive coordinator coming into this game, he knew his DBs had to tackle well. They had to get these running backs on the ground. Great start on this first drive.
Finds a tight end. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a first down. You know, we joke that the tight end's always open, David, but play action almost makes it impossible to keep them covered.
And yeah, because those guys, they're such good blockers most of the time. They're big and physical, and they self-block for a second, and then they run open and they find holes in zones and they get good matchups. And man, those tight ends nowadays are nightmares for defenses to try to stop.
Talking to their coaches, they said, we are going to run the ball on the first drive of this game and really see if we can establish that line of scrimmage. You've seen that early so far, and after that explosive run, they've now set themselves up here in the red zone looking to score some points.
They'll keep it on the ground for first and goal. And he'll be stuffed. Got nothing. Line of scrimmage still at the 4.
Well, you saw him there, shot out of a cannon. He came off the edge using his speed, able to get that TFL.
And usually known for covering, but you got to understand the circumstances, right? Like the red zone situations, I got to be able to come out of that defensive backfield and play the run game, and he did quick, fast, and in a hurry.
They'll give it another shot on second and goal from the 4. Back to pass, it's Morton. It's incomplete. He was shooting for the end zone right there.
Well, no secret, this guy was a big part of their key to success. Already 2 catches on the opening drive, and they go back to him again. This time the defense is in better position, and they force the incompletion.
They'll run on third and goal. Absolutely nowhere to go as this defense makes a third down stop. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. He's looking to throw. Fires into the end zone. Incomplete, and that'll be a turnover on down.
Hey, you come out early in the game, you're trying to send a message to your team that you're confident, you believe in them to convert these fourth downs. You didn't get that one, but don't let it be a detriment moving forward. If you want to stay aggressive, be that way throughout the course of the game.
From the gun, running back on the move. Trying to get him a little breathing room, and they're still suffocating in their own end. The hurry up now, second down, clock ticking. Give it to the running back. And the defense expected the run, and they got it. No gain, he just gets it back to the 2.
And this offense doesn't have much space to go backwards anymore, right? They've given that up, man. You got to be physical. You got to find a way to get this ball out of the area of your own end zone. You don't want to flirt with the safety, and that means being physical and getting your back downhill, not going backwards.
And he's brought down after a nice game. to the line. Clock stopped for the first down. They'll set the chains and wind the clock. Here's the handoff. Wow, through the defense. He gets it down to the 30-yard line, and time is running short here in the first half. And the Rebels racing to the line in the hurry-up. Makes the grab. It's Johnson.
Really nice job by the quarterback understanding I needed to throw this ball hard. Like, I got to fit it in there tight. And a nice job by the wide receiver wearing it, because he really didn't have a choice, because he was going to wear that one regardless.
And it's an incomplete pass over the middle.
Well, give the defense credit, because they're forcing this quarterback to throw into very small windows under duress.
He wants to change this route. Looking downfield, it's Carr. Unloads to the wideout. Catch in the middle, it's Johnson. He's got first down yardage as they move it to the 44.
And last down for the offense.
Looking to throw on first down. Oh, he's ready to take a shot. Oh, and the deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers.
Oh, the offense just not able to come up with that. You knew that was going to be a bang-bang play, right? They're taking a shot into the end zone. That's going to have to meet a contested catch on the back end, but he wasn't able to come up with it because of the hit.
To the air on second down. Snagged in the middle. It's Young. He's down at the 27. They can't stop the clock, and this is a first down. Timeout called by the offense, and now they just have one remaining in the half. The Rebels will line it up on 1st and 10. To the air on first down. Makes the grab on the left.